Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah. I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Okay, remember now, we're not here to judge anybody. We want to handle this with love, right? You want to tell him how his drug abuse has hurt you, maybe hurt himself. Okay, Harold, what time did you tell him to be here?
5 o'clock, but he's always late.
No, he'll be here. In 3, 2, 1.
Is this a 5 o'clock free crack giveaway?
Look at that timing. And there he is. Gerald, brother, did you just come right from the 5 o'clock free crack giveaway?
No, but I just, as per your request, my friend, you're not being hit by any vehicles outside, so it's good to see. Last time I talked to you, I was worried about your health, my friend.
All right, you know what? Let's not embarrass me too much about my shit show of a show last weekend or whatever. Whatnot. I don't want to remember that. I'd like to get out of my head. Kendra, Andres, John, please meet Gerald Glassford from the Pop Culture Cosmos.
Pleasure to meet everyone. I could only stay a few minutes, but do you want to go ahead and ask me my thoughts on it?
Yeah, most definitely, folks. Cybernetic Shark, loyal co-host, veteran content creator, YouTuber, is out tonight. He's ill. And I'm moderating the finale, unfortunately. Gerald Glassford decided to pop in and say hello and whatnot and everything. I wanted to introduce him to the squad here and whatnot and everything, get a chance for you all to meet him. So, Gerald, your thoughts on the finale?
I mean, I know they spent a whole bunch of money on the show. What reports say over $200 million, $200 million overall for the entire series. Every time I take a look at the show and I've seen through the episodes, I don't see where they spent that money and how they spent it well. The climactic battle was not exactly what I would envision it to be. And it just, overall, it was disappointing. Is it the most disappointing? I would say, is it the worst of the Disney Plus series for Marvel? No. But I do think it's the most disappointing for me. I just wanted to. I was expecting something so much more from this series, and just like the finale, I didn't quite get it. And I didn't even get a after credits scene. I looked through the entire after credits scene. I'm like, I'm waiting. I'm seeing the who they dealt with in France as far as the translations and the Japanese and Italian, and that's great and all, but you're waiting for an extra credit scene, and we didn't even get one of that. So.
No, I did. I was waiting for one too. I didn't. I didn't understand why they would not even have one. But so basically, Gerald, is it all possible that maybe your expectations were just way too high?
Yes, it was, because I was expecting something like Winter Soldier, and it didn't even come close.
Is it possible that maybe that's because the first couple episodes did instill that type of, you and I haven't had any conversation really heavily about the series. So I'm just wondering, is it possible at all? Were you at least like kind of in there for a minute? I
was, because Winter Soldier is my all-time favorite Marvel movie. And, absolutely it's just wanted to go ahead and say that, the story beats, the trailers, the inference that it was giving, that was leading you into was something like a continuation of that. And unfortunately, it just didn't deliver. For all the money that they said they spent on this show, I just didn't see it. Plus also the fact that, with such a limited series, the time amount, you saw the first 2 episodes being around 55 minutes. Then you saw the others being tuned down to less than 40 minutes on the other 4 episodes. And I thought that was something where you could establish a lot more. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, they decided to do a lot less.
What was our show time? What was our minute time on this episode?
38 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, you know what? We talked about that last week, Gerald. I don't know what happened with the whole 1 hour episode deal, whatnot.
There's only 6 episodes.
I just don't understand. That was a selling point to me. I don't know about everybody else. And we'll talk about that when you dip, Gerald. I know that your time is short.
Yeah.
And I'll go around with everybody on that. But honestly, was that not a selling point for you? When I saw 1 hour, for me, when I see that 1 hour thing, it's like the Daredevil thing. When I hear they're going to do 18 episodes, I'm like, okay, maybe they're really going to fucking take this seriously. So you tell me, does that 1 minute when they said, okay, they're going to be 59 minute, 59 second, 60 minute, 1 hour long episodes? Doesn't that kind of carry sort of a tone of seriousness?
I could just tell you from the Daredevil series, you're going to probably get a lot of short episodes there just because if you're going to put out 18 different episodes, seeing what we've seen from Disney Plus, you're going to get a lot of 30-minute episodes. I'm going to tell you right now. And this was only 6 episodes long. You saw Andor go to varying degrees of minutes, but most of them were in the 40s and 50s. Whereas here, it was just kind of disappointing.
Andor, I think was Andor. Probably, I think Andor was actually the longest Star Wars Disney Plus series episodes I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and then you wonder what happened here that caused them to go ahead and say, you know what, we're just going to cut it every episode after episode 2, pretty short. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gerald. Thank you for giving me some great stuff to throw at the panel when you did, man. I mean, I'm gonna have to. The budget was over $200 million.
Yeah.
So
I don't see where they put it. I honestly don't.
If it was that final battle, then I mean, like I don't know. Somebody must have siphoned something off the budget or something. I don't even know what happened.
Yeah, somebody's having a nice vacation. Let's put it
there. You go. Maybe it was Tyrone Biggins. Who knows? I mean, he sells people's houses and shit underneath them and whatnot. And But anyways, listen, Gerald, we appreciate you.
I appreciate everyone out there. Hey, everyone in the chat, everyone in the group, thank you so much. You guys have been great. I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to have it on in the background. So like I did the other day when you were talking to Andre. So absolutely going to leave it on the background when I head on out. So heading the highways, but I'll have it on watching everybody's thoughts.
All right, man. Well, I'll tell you what, that means I'm going to bust Andre's balls 17.75 times harder than I was going to anyway.
Oh, no, don't be mean. Don't be mean. Come on, Jeff. Yeah.
I love Andre.
Should I remind you? I'll come back on and I'll remind you about the show that you had the other day.
I don't want to talk about that, please, sir. I'd like to forget about it if possible. And Andre's also is like my little time / older brother since he's actually from time.
I thought an alligator was going to come and bite you.
I mean, I kind of want to know.
I just had a pure shit show, unfortunately, not a shit show special. Where things just go to shit, like, or whatever, whatnot, and I'm drunk and just turn into some fucking, fiasco. That's when it's actually fun.
He was inside, he was outside, he was outside, he was inside, he was inside, he was outside, and he was outside and inside. So
I was trying to do anything I could to try to get Wi-Fi to work. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, when you're alive,
he's almost out on the highway. You hear the trucks right behind him. Yeah.
I did a drug deal on camera, right? Yep. No, I'm serious. No,
dog was going after you.
Yeah, I know. Jeez, I'm telling you. No, but listen, Gerald. Listen, I'm personally suing that hotel just for putting you and Kyle through that.
Oh, there you go. Make sure you keep the footage though. You got to keep it as evidence.
Hey, I don't. It ain't going nowhere, brother.
Okay, sounds good. Wishing everybody the best, and good. Have fun. Enjoy. I'll see you next time.
Take care, man.
Thank you. Bye.
He's there. He's back. You gotta admit, though, folks, that was great timing, huh? With the 5 o'clock free correct special and then Gerald popping on. Gotta love it, baby. Gotta love it. Anyways, now that Sir Gerald is gone and I've paid him back and redeemed myself for my fucking shit show the other day and whatnot. Yeah, I'll talk about it one more time. That's it. I have one, folks. That happens. We all fuck up occasionally. Anyways, he's good. Obviously, you can see he's a good sport. Mr. Gerald from the Pop Culture Cosmos. I want to thank him very much for always supporting the MCU'S Bleeding Edge and for bringing me on for so many times, for so many long, to do segments and cover Marvel and whatnot, and everything over on the pod. Because, I mean, he's on a lot of shit, a lot of stations and whatnot, everything and whatnot, and he puts this out. So he's one of the few people I actually feel comfortable plugging the shit out of the MCU'S Bleeding Edge with. So thank you, Gerald. Anyways, Kendra Smart, my friend, Andre's Pop Culture Guy,
Hey.
John, Match Review Podcast, my team, my Squid Odd. Right? Let's get after it. Let's do this shit. Secret Invasion finale. Now, Gerald Glassford posts some interesting shit. You pick, Kendra. What Gerald said right there, what would you like to address?
Ooh. If it's ladies' choice, let's start with the time frame.
It's only ladies' choice. You know what I'm saying? In the dimension where, like Nick Fury says, baby, even when I'm out, I'm still in. You know what I'm saying? We can have at it, though.
No, I mean, we talked. You said it when Gerald was here, but we did. We talked about it at length last week about how it was really disappointing that every single episode as it's gone on has just shaved a couple more minutes off. And Rico had his posture about how it was because they were saving up all of those extra minutes for the finale, but we're at the finale, and it was only 38 minutes.
That didn't make any sense anyway. No.
So,
What would you have cut though? Too, like, I mean, look at this with all this excellent casting. What would you be cutting out?
I mean, but that's the question. What are they cutting out? I mean, why is it so small?
I mean, again, folks, I just want to put it out there. This isn't easy at all. Like, it's not. I mean, it's not the live part, right? None of us are scared because we're live and all that shit and whatnot. We're okay with it. It's hard to fucking come into these situations, right, and talk about this stuff. There's so much depth to some of these.
Gosh, yes. Most of the critiques that we're gonna have are nitpicky as hell.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, just from what Kendra said right there, and then what Gerald said just a minute ago, there's probably like literally 6 or 7 different things I could talk about right now myself and just bring up, right? But I still got to go to Andre's, right, for some fucking reason, and Mad John over here, whatnot, right? Maybe I'll go to you, Andres, and we'll have to see. I'll decide when I get over there in a minute.
Lawsuit.
50-50,
You
right?
want a lawsuit from me? I know the best lawyers from all the countries.
Hey, you're fucking. You come from the time cop dimension. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean,
No, I know the best ones in the world. So
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
There you go. That's how it is with Andres, baby. You never know. No, I'm just kidding. But no, seriously, Kendra. Like, if they didn't cut out tons of shit, all right. If this isn't like a whatever, a Quantum Mania situation or whatever, or a Multiverse of Madness type situation where they said what? There's been estimates that they cut maybe like 2 hours of that fucking film out, potentially, or something like that. Is sitting there or whatever. There's almost like a Snyder cut.
Well, I mean, here's my thing, and this is the meanest thing I'll probably say. For where this context comes from, they went an entirely different direction, which means they created this story, they created the characters, they created the flow, they created the pacing, the dialogue. Every single bit of it was created off of one general idea. Why is it so short and so restricted when that material was not?
Yes, just the basic math of it. Like, the longer episodes were better,
right?
Than the ones.
Which isn't to say that this finale is inherently a bad episode, but that being said, if you could create a world where you get to tell that story, why wouldn't you give it everything that you've got?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but for $200+ million and 6 episodes of a TV series, you should be able to pull off an hour per episode. I would think, right?
Even if your beginner and your capper are the only ones that you're going to have be an hour long, so be it. But it just was, it was a dwindling clock. And unless the minutes on each episode have any kind of specific meaning to them, which, I mean, maybe it wouldn't be the first time clues were hidden, but I'm not going to look that deep.
No. And Andres, John, I'll let you round out on this one. That way you can kind of soak everybody up and whatnot, and everything, and see if you want to reflect it all or bounce off of them. But Andres, where did $200+ million go into the series exactly?
From
Seriously, where did they go?
I mean, if you hear the old saying from everyone, all the money spent is for the actors. Like, that's usually what you hear, and I think they paid it for either Olivia Colman, which I mean, people will forget. Olivia Colman is an Oscar winner actress. She won the Oscar. So, I mean, Samuel L. Jackson, Oscar nominee. You got like oh my God, Ben Mendelsohn. It's like, you got so many of these actors here. And they cost a lot of money, and so yeah, this money went to for all these people with a Oscar winner here. Yeah, I don't know what the money went to. I mean, it went for the actors. I mean, and also the effects. I mean, I think the effects here were good. They're better than all the half of the Disney Plus shows we've seen, right? I mean, I mean, the scroll stuff wasn't that bad, but engaged. I wasn't engaged because it was like so typical Marvel flair we've seen before. You know, it's superhero flair. It's like, oh, okay, you know, you're punching, you know, you're shape shifting powers. That's kind of neat. I mean, I don't know. You know, this is strange. Some reason, Fantastic Four: The Rise of Silver Surfer, the worst movie in Marvel history. Well, not worst Marvel history. I mean, Force is bad, but Fantastic Four: Rise of Silver Surfer had the best Super Skull fight. It was with Johnny Storm with all the four Fantastic Four abilities versus Doctor Doom, and it was way more engaging after 16 years since 2007. And then this fight was just like, oh, like so boring.
It had promise. It did for a second there. I was like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. But it was just how they like. It was just like how she killed Gravik was like, oh, that was simple. And I was like, oh, okay, like, just, yeah. I was so like, I agree with your friend that just popped up here, like
Gerald?
Gerald. Yeah, so I agree with Gerald. Is it the worst Disney finales? No, but I was very disappointed on it because it didn't live up the expectation and the kind of show Situation was after 5 episodes, and this was just another typical Disney Plus, you know, finale that we kind of got from the second half of the Phase 4 properties.
Well, he actually said this was his most disappointing of
Yeah.
all the Disney Plus series from Marvel, and he might have actually think he meant in general, like including the Star Wars series too.
Well,
so-
I
No,
had to-
no,
I
you're
had-
good. I get where you're coming from. John, let me incorporate you into the show. I don't want you to hang out there and just end up mute or whatever. Tell me, my friend, what would you like to pick out of this smorgasbord that Gerald provided us and Kendra here and Andre so far? What do you want to target?
So I'm gonna just travel back really quick to the budget thing because I was looking it up while you guys were talking, and the primary actors from Samuel L. Jackson all the way down to Don Cheadle and Mendelsohn and Kobe Smulders, Martin Freeman, all those guys, their collective pay was less than $30 million. So
Wait a minute. Which group now?
The main group, the big 5 from the show: Samuel L. Jackson, Don Cheadle, Kobe Smulders, Mendelsohn, and Martin Freeman. I mean, obviously, I'm not mentioning Emilia Clarke, but just those names that I mentioned minus Emilia Clarke, according to what I'm reading, only took out about $27 million of that budget.
Okay.
So that would mean that $173 million was still allocated to the show for special effects, location, writers. You got to remember the staff's bigger than some of these things, so that eats up some of the budget too. But pardon me. All that being said, I don't think this finale was a letdown because there was a different type of fight for once. Yes, the CG was a CG fight, but it did not look fake. This is one of the first times in recent TV Disney Plus Marvel show history that I can say the CG looked legit. Like they really put their effort into putting those two to their different powers. Like the Drax arm, I thought I was looking at Batista's goddamn arm.
That was Drax? I didn't know what the fuck was even going on at that point.
Yeah, you got to really pay close attention to some of the different transformations for sure. But those two, that fight, that definitely ate up some of that CG money.
Oh, yeah.
And it was well worth it. Those two fighting was fantastic. The actual
was that Magic's shit or whatever, whatnot?
No, that was a Frost Beast.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the names. If you didn't catch the names on that.
No, I did, but it was so quick though.
There was
Frost
quite a few.
No, the original ones I remember. I'm talking about when the vial that
Yeah, the heart.
Aya Fury came up with.
Yeah,
That one was so quick, right? But I really didn't know for sure. I'm glad that you pointed that out because I really didn't think that was Magic's.
the last one that everyone seems to miss, and for whatever reason he's on there, is the Winter Soldier, and he's the only one that came across that list that doesn't seem to be necessary. When you've got Hulk, and you've got Chitauri, when you've got Cold City, and when you've got Groot, when you've got Korg, when you've got Drax, why the hell do you have Bucky Barnes? So, yes, it was a collective of all of them. Seems kind of silly to just name drop him, but for the fact that the Winter Soldier was mentioned last, I have a suspicion that maybe hint he's a Skrull. Just a thought, because I don't think we're done with this. By the way, with the pile upon, what must have been hundreds of people in that little end scene there. I'm going way far ahead, but that whole thing that Sonya exposed, it's an indicator that this isn't over, which I'm good with that, because Andres said this last episode was kind of typical Marvel, but I bet you if you stop and think about this scene for scene, it is nothing like the formulaic shit that we've been dealing with recently.
No, it's not. No, and actually, that's actually interesting. And honestly, John, you guys can. I don't care how far you're going to the episode. Remember who's moderating tonight. All right. Sorry, I love you, brother. You know what I'm saying and whatnot. But I got to change shit up and whatnot, or you can't. The whole rotation shit don't work. So I got to make shit interesting. That means if you haven't noticed yet, have I looked at my outline one time? No, and I'm not going to. So there you go. Unless I got to look at the penis I drew earlier. Just to remind myself, just to inspire myself, right? Other than that, but later on, maybe I'll do that by myself in the dark. But no, I'm just kidding. Anyways, Kendra, my friend, I apologize. I'm not trying to make you fall out tonight or anything like that. Maybe I will. Who knows? No, I don't feel morbid about any of this shit. I mean, seriously, like, I don't know. It's tough. And I just want to address the comment section really quick. Cal, if you're still here, hon, thank you for stopping by and saying hello. Hopefully we'll see you soon. We'll see you on Friday, right? For Back to the Future, I think you said. I know you're coming on Sunday for Andor, season 1 recap, part 1A, because part one was a shit show also. Don't tell anybody. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, yes, it was. That was the Gerald show. It was a shit show. So that's why we have the part 1A coming out. And shout out to Charlie Happ. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about, Charlie, but good for you, brother. Whatever. Sounds good. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I think.
May I interrupt really quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have to. I went a little further down the rabbit hole because I was curious. And shame on Marvel for this shit. Amelia Clark's salary was only $750,000.
Wait a minute. Where is this coming from?
I've seen it now on 2 different sites, quoting the exact same numbers. Sam Jackson made $20 million for the show.
That makes sense.
Smulders make $4 million, and then everybody else made less.
Colby Smulders made $4 million. They're saying.
Yep. Yeah.
Right.
And according to this, Olivia Colman made $800,000.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Colby Smulders, how much actual minute screen time did Colby Smulders have in the series?
7.5 to 10.
Including the clips.
The first episode. The clips are just replays of, like, that's the thing that bothers me too. And I gotta mention this as well. In almost every fucking episode, she was special guest star when she was never in anything but the first episode.
Yeah, they're just using the name. Yeah.
Yeah. It
made no sense to me.
Yeah, it's one of those weird contract things, because if you use their likeness in like a footage or something like that, you have to pay them.
Why would Amelia Clark only make $800,000?
Not even 800. She made $750,000.
Yeah,
she's the secondary protagonist in this show.
Who's her agent? Who's her agent? Jar Jar Binks.
It always goes back there.
No, I'm sorry. No. That could be totally valid. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know, Kendra. What do you think? I just don't understand that, because I thought after Game of Thrones that Amelia Clark's prestige or whatever was to the level where essentially, I'm not saying that she's like again, and I'm not as tuned in maybe with pop culture as John is, you are, or Andres is. I won't lie about that. But the truth is, I just assumed that based off of whatever you want to say about the Game of Thrones final season, regardless, I thought that what she did in the series had elevated her to a status to where after that, basically the films that she was in, whatnot, and everything, any stuff she did with Marvel, she was going to get paid like at least B+ level. You know what I'm saying? Like, star type, female, actress type deal.
Well, and I'm sure there's going to be an interviewer somewhere who's going to ask her that question. I mean, it's glaringly a big difference, but you never know. It could be something where
contractual
for the chance to play that character and to get that role, she was willing to give up some of her salary and put it back into the budget. Maybe for her, it was more of a joyful role.
What if they just signed her to the contracts? They said that they don't do anymore. That Feige said that they got rid of and whatnot. The ones where they make 8 appearances or 9 appearances and all that and whatnot, and they're going to pay her at the end, not in the beginning type deal, right? That could be possible.
I was just going to chime in with that kind of an idea. The fact that she does not look like she's done.
No. I
mean, Samuel Jackson's the name, of course. There's no doubt about that.
Kendra, Andres, do they ever bring do these characters ever come into the MCU just to go away other than Quicksilver?
No. I mean, look, we got the guy from the Black Widow, the one that was the handler. So, so it's common thing with MCU things. Every time we get someone that's named or characters, they will come back. We don't know when they come back in a project. Like, I mean, no one expects to see the senator from Iron Man 2 to pop up in Winter Soldier, and then to be revealed as Hydra agent. Like, yeah. So, I don't want to get too serious about the gender gap pay in Hollywood, but like it's still an issue. Unfortunately,
yeah, me. Andres, please. You can talk about time gap if you want and everything, but let's not talk about the gender pay gap.
In the interest of fairness, nobody getting paid right now.
Because seriously, if you Andres, I don't know if you know this.
Listen,
Andres, I covered economics. I covered economics for a year.
No. Listen, we still have that issue here in Hollywood,
brother.
Like, still, if you're like, you have to be like that, like seasonal of an actress to get that pay, like Meryl Streep or Kate Winslet, like or Nicole Kidman, who's been in the business for a while. They get those kind of pays, But when you have something like Emilia Clarke, yes, Game of Thrones was a big pop culture phenomenon, show, whatever. But she hasn't yet like put her stamp as a actress. Like, look at Jenna Ortega, good sample of that.
That's a great example.
Now that I agree. No, that's true. You're right. She has after Game of Thrones. It's not like she's gone and she's starred in a film that she carried or something like that, right? And really like laid down a foundation, like besides what the series she'd already been in, which was an ensemble cast, series, right? You know what I'm saying? Where she did not have to carry all the weight. You know what I mean? At all. You know what I'm saying? At that point, I didn't really take that into consideration. She really hasn't done anything besides Game of Thrones. She hasn't. Not to that level. But and you and I will talk about the gender pay gap in private, my friend.
No. Let's leave it like that. It's a hot topic, and honestly, it's gonna be recurring in the next 1,000 years after we die or something like that. But let's I want to pick it back on what John said about the action, the Super Scroll stuff. Yes, it was definitely like better than some of the fights we got in other Disney Plus shows. But I guess for me it was so predictable that was the thing. Like I don't know. I was kind of surprised how small the stakes were in this episode. Like I don't know. Like I was kind of shocked about how low the stakes are, and then how we wrapped up the scrolls a little bit. I mean, despite the whole president going after the scrolls, what with this episode and all that. Like, I was just very shocked about the low stakes and everything like that in this episode. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, my friend. Okay, I'm with you on that. Go ahead, John.
I'll let Kendra peel off of this one because I'm sure she's going to agree with me here. The CG was infinitely better than every CG fight recently, period. But there was clearly stakes when the president was about to drop a nuclear missile on Russian ground. This was literally the potential for World War III. I would say those stakes are pretty drastic. And on top of that, you were allowing a Skrull to potentially start a civil war on top of a war with the entire world. I would say that the stakes were 1,000% more than Black Widow, where we knew nothing could happen. And although I will agree that the mistake was made that we see Fury in the trailers for the Marvels, so we knew that this show wasn't going to end with him dying, that I can accept as a stakes-free thing. But the world was around a lot of trouble there, so I think the stakes were pretty high, just because I noticed that there was the deeper picture. I can understand why you would distance yourself from the idea because they weren't part of the main storyline that was going on until the very last episode, basically. So I can see that, but the stakes were there. It's arguable that they weren't there. The ones that you were looking for certainly weren't there, but there was definitely stakes. I can't fault the show. I think my mission tonight is going to be to pick everyone's point against the show, just to make it wrong. So.
No, hey, listen. Look.
Yes.
This is of course, and Kendra, I understand. I'm sure for you, I'm sure that I can probably work something out where I can give you like garbage, like what I'm saying, or something like that. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. So I'm sorry. I'm joking, Kendra. I'm kidding. You already know how generous I am and whatnot. There would certainly never be any pay gap differences, whatever, whatnot. If there was pay on the bleeding edge, everybody would eat. You feel me? I make sure everybody else ate before I'd eat, and y'all know that too. That's how I get down, and that's the truth, right? I ain't worried about me at the end of the day. I'm more worried about the people.
If it's not Rocket, I don't want it. So if you're gonna send me garbage, I want the original trash.
All right, I feel you. You want that almost pure shit.
Yeah.
No. Hold on. She needs the stuff that you can put in the DeLorean and Back to the Future too.
I got you. So in other words, the stuff,
that too.
The stuff that has been stepped down like 17.75 times.
That's the second time you said that exactly.
I'm sorry. For some reason, I've been loving that number. I don't know why.
I know you do love the decimals. We've established the reasoning behind that one.
That's right, and I'm not going to go any further with that other conversation there because I don't want to keep talking and make it sound like I actually have knowledge about any of these legal things. But
whoa, true knowledge.
What? This is hey, don't hold my title against me. Come on now. Anyways, no, but no. Hey, look, it's the finale review, right? We're live, right? We're a team, right? And other than Cyber not being here, Cyber, we love you, buddy. Other than Cyber, we're a team. And at that point, as far as I'm concerned, y'all can talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about during this review. I don't care. You can go as far into the episode as you want. You can fucking expound, whatever and whatnot. Just do whatever. Just just do it with your usual.
Like a whole ass substitute teacher.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what lesson plan we're on. You can do whatever you want until that bell rings.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be like. Yeah, I have one of those teachers in 8th grade.
Bad teacher.
My music teacher in 8th grade was so dope, right? That in the first class, right? We went in. He's like, "All right, y'all. We can either." He pulled out the book for the class. He said, "We can either fucking read this book, or you guys can just do whatever the fuck you want. Just don't get me in trouble for the rest of the semester, or whatever, whatnot, and let us pick, right?" And no joke, I even brought in don't be whatever, don't be drinking ill or whatever in the hood or what was that movie with the Wayans brothers?
Oh, don't be a menace with
don't be a menace during class for like 4 classes to watch, and we would bring in our friends that were skipping class from the other classes into the class. while skipping class and into our classroom.
We have a problem here.
Here.
Oh, hey, I can't remember that guy's fucking name, but yo, whatever your name was, sir, Mr. Whatever, you were fucking dope back in the day, man. I was loving that shit. That was a good class, bro. Right?
I actually have a similar story now that you've mentioned it. Since we're going to go off the rails, I'm going to share my exact same story with you. So I once upon a time had a substitute math teacher. Actually, no, he wasn't even a substitute. That's right. He was just a first-year teacher. And I went to, I vividly remember this. I had a skateboard at the time, and I ended up skating in class and showing off tricks. And then I wore 2 shirts one day. One shirt was just a regular, like whatever t-shirt. And then underneath I was wearing a shirt that said verbatim, "Fuck you, you fucking fuck." This was, I think, sophomore, maybe junior year of high school. He sees the shirt. He goes, no. You're wearing that in my class. He later got fired for punching a student.
Nice. Gotta love that, baby. Like, that's kind of like that. What was that? What were those, like, those B movies that were there? They had The Substitute or whatever, whatnot, with, what's his name?
Substitute with Tree Williams.
Yeah, but no, but what's his name also? Wasn't he in them too, for a minute? That was in Platoon?
Defoe?
No, goddamn.
Hold on, I'll look it up. I'm already on Google.
No, the
Because I was looking up how much Amelia Clark made for Game of Thrones, and it's $6.5 million.
That killed Defoe in Platoon.
Who?
The guy, yeah, that actor.
I can't remember those names.
Oh, that's all right. Anyways, no.
It's Johnson something. Hold on.
He was in Inception. He was in
Yes.
Inception.
Berenger?
Tom. His name is Tom Berenger.
Tom Berenger. Yeah, wasn't he the original substitute?
Yes.
No, really?
Yes, 96, yes.
Okay.
Okay, now see there you go.
Williams took over in 2.
All right, I've now redeemed my True Knowledge title. There we go. Thank you, John.
You're welcome for the Google information.
Kendra, all right.
Thank you, Google.
All right, Secret Invasion finale. Okay, now, bottom line in terms of the scope of the actual finale itself and how it's set up and whatnot. Now, basically, of course, we've lost some characters. So we have what we had to work with. Now, for the length of the episode, I felt like it was the story for this episode. The writing was tight and cohesive, at least, right? It was. Now, maybe it didn't blow anybody away. Maybe the whole dynamic with Fury's plan was too obvious, right? I mean, look, honestly, like, I wrote my outline that even though it was obvious immediately, if you had any common sense, that of course that was not Fury, that was met Talos. Why would it be, right? Like, it would make it, he's teamed up with Gaia. She's a Skrull. Come on, it's the Secret Invasion, right? Of course that's not Fury. You know what I mean? Still, though, I thought it worked. It did. It worked still. I thought the motif, that dynamic, that wrinkle was dope. I liked it. It was Secret Invasion-esque. It was cool, right? It was what the Skrulls do. It was shape-shifting. There you go. Now, the actress that portrays Fury's wife, right? Who I believe is Grava.
Mara.
Yeah, she's been excellent, throughout the whole series. And we're all going to pick a Monica Rambeau Award recipient for John Leaves at 11 o'clock. Everyone's going to pick their top secondary character from the show that stood out. And that's a tough decision. I think I'm going to have a tie on mine. But either way.
That's a no-brainer.
Either way, we essentially start off with something I thought, again, was pretty tender. I enjoyed the love story aspect of Fury with his wife and whatnot. I did enjoy that trope. I did. I enjoyed seeing that side of Fury and whatnot and everything. I thought that, in a way, the romantic theme, that they went in that direction with the finale, was actually really cool. And I enjoyed it. I did. I thought it worked. For me, it did anyway. It didn't like melt my heart or whatever and whatnot and everything. But when Fury kissed her at the end of the episode, it was like, I was like, thumbs up, baby. I was like, okay, USA, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, good for you, Nick. You know, like I wouldn't have kissed that motherfucker, but you did it though. You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy for you. No, I'm just kidding. I would have probably done it too.
Jeff, I just gotta say, it's pretty hard to melt a crack rock.
Hey, that's his soulmate, right? And Samuel L. Jackson is such a good damn actor that, like, I mean, he just like he invoked so many different sides of himself that we've ever fucking seen from his character or whatever and whatnot and everything. He must have fun with this. I bet he did. I bet he had a blast acting in this series. What do you think, Andre? That Samuel L. enjoyed the shit out of what they let him do?
Yeah, I think this is definitely his third best performance in the MCU. It's not going to be topping his performance in Winter Soldier. I think that's still his best performance. No, I think he definitely like really acted his butt in this series. I think it was at least I was engaged with this whole series. Like at least he didn't phone it in. Like I was in, and like even when he was like he was like Gaia in disguise, like it was so good. So like I think Samuel Jackson is the highlight of this series with other actors. When we're gonna mention them soon for the Monica Rambeau Award, because there's two that I have in mind that they're like the highlights of the series. But yeah, I love Samuel Jackson. He's great, and it makes me kind of excited to see him in the Marvels. If they're gonna keep him in this kind of like swag, like this very cool, calculated person again, yeah, I'm in. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't see how it's I don't think that I don't see Samuel L. Jackson being willing to like be allowed to be She-Hulk. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I don't see that happening, going down. But either way, though, John, what'd you think of the intro? I mean, what did you think? You know, I mean, you know, Fury calls the landline at the home for the first time ever, and again, it is very romantic. Like, but he says, "I've dialed this number more times than I can count," or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Whatnot, right? Saying things like that and whatnot, I connect to those kind of things because they're profound, yet simple things that like regular people would say in a relationship, right? Like really, they are. You know what I mean? Like I've said different versions of that before to someone, not in maybe in the same context, but I have. And so, would you say? I mean, you know, the intro, you know, essentially, you know, Fury kind of like letting her know, hey, like I may die, sort of in a way, like, you know, like shit's real, you know, in a way, which I think is what they were trying to express there. Just in case. You know, I'd say, you know, that, and then going right to Rhodes, sort of force hustling the president from Jump Street with the Russian shit, right? Because, you know, basically Talos told him, if you don't sell that shit, make it happen, you know, you're done too, type deal, right? Did that work for you? I mean, did you, you know, was it somewhat of a decent intro? There was no flashback. I wish they would have done a flashback of some kind. I thought the flashbacks worked. What'd you think?
They did. I did like that the love dynamic between the two of them was much more prominent in the beginning of this episode and at the end. Like they bookended it with it, which was really nice. I suspect, and this is going to seem a little bit crazy, but I don't think that was actually Fury that was talking to her, because the environment looks a lot like Chernobyl or whatever the hell it was, where Gaia was. It didn't look like
Chernobyl.
Well, you know what I'm saying. But it didn't look like wherever the hell he's from normally. Like, it didn't look like a city street. It looked like one of those buildings over at New Sprolos. And it just, I kind of wonder if that was actually Gaia talking to Vara. But other than that, I think it was a good intro. Okay. I did like it that way. I do agree that it should have had a flashback. It seemed like the one trope that was carrying through every episode. And it would have been nice to end on something like a dynamic where the first time Vara and Fury had to part ways because he had to go and do a long-term thing. Like, that would have been a good way to open that episode. And then she finally gets to join him at the end. And then it would have been like an even better bookend of their affection.
Imagine if they had closed it out with a end credits was a flashback. That would have been.
That would have. I guess that could have, but the flashback would have had to tie into the future.
Oh well, no.
Do one.
The story of the episode and everything would have had to be written in that way to where it would have even that something like that could even work. You know, I'm just saying, hypothetically that would be dope as hell if you ended a fucking series with a flashback, right?
But they would legitimately call it back to Endgame, and they'd say that they're trying to be Endgame.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And Andres, I'm gonna bounce back to you in just a second. But Kendra, same question to you. That intro, did you kind of like come in with that and just say, you know, you go in, you got Rhodes again. He's pushing the president so hard, right? Scroll Rhodes. You know what I mean? That like it's almost, you know, like it's like how could the president not realize and not be alarmed at the aggression? You see the way he talks to like the other his like coworkers, whoever, whatnot. You know what I mean? Whatnot. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like when he meets with like, you know, the rest of the president's, you know, cabinet. He's like talking shit to him and whatnot, and everything, making laughing at him and shit. That stuff was a little bit farcical, I thought.
I mean, in the beginning, seeing Rhodes being super aggressive, it would have been a knockoff for me to not know that it was him. He came off very, very aggressive when he was trying to persuade.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like it's. I mean, but it wasn't. I'm not saying it was overboard though.
I mean, to me, it was. I mean, if this is someone that I'm around day in and day out, it's my right hand, basically, who I go to for advice or go to for that support and insight. I would hope that I would be able to notice a difference. And with the aggression between him and the potential, I'm not actually sure if they ever give her a title, but I'm assuming she's a general or something, some kind of staff leader. I mean, for me, that would have been more than just laying the dick on the table. He really was coming at it aggressively, like this is the only option you have. Blah blah.
Well, he
blah.
makes at her.
I mean, I was in the same boat with her. I was like, hey, you know, what if this is a false red flag attack? It makes sense given everything that we're hearing to take a step back and actually handle this appropriately. And if I were to give it my own opinion, I really feel like the president did take that into account because he overdoes it at the end of this episode with the response that he has, which causes a whole new set of, you know, almost existential crisis. So, I mean, it literally causes exactly what Gaia acting as Fury says. It's easier to save 8 billion people than to win over their hearts and minds. And that's proved.
Yeah, and it was predictable, right? And like, again,
it threw me back to Men in Black.
Yeah, no, and you know what? You wonder now if they'd had the hour, right? Could they have maybe just given us some more depth of the president, like his thinking or whatever, whatnot, him meeting with like somebody, talking to his people or whatever, whatnot, first before being like that?
I mean, we could have gotten that. It would have been cliche. It would have been another trope. I mean, I personally didn't need that specific scene. Ritson serves his purpose. He does exactly what he's meant to do, which is not only move it forward, but move it forward at the level of crisis that we need to see for it to actually be treated like it is a big deal that they're facing. I mean, like John said, it's nuclear war, and then it turns into, I mean, it turns into a witch party when it comes to the scrolls, and we see what happens with that. Not only is it just being the scroll, but it's also innocent people that are just doing their normal things on a normal day, which is exactly what, I mean, honestly, if I were to go back to the comic books, was one of my favorite parts of the who's who and the reveal process, because you didn't know who it was. And that does give at least the nostalgic hit of the comics, but it does it in a more modern take. It does it in a way that is far more visceral visually. So, I mean, for that, I was grateful.
I hear you. Andres, did you have any thoughts on the intro, sir?
So you brought up the president. So we're getting Captain America, a Brave New World. That's what it's called.
Yes.
So he's gonna be our president. So Ross is still a secretary still. So this series kind of confirmed that because we thought initially that maybe Ross is going to be the president in the next Captain America movie. So yeah, so now seeing President Maloney still alive, it's just okay. So like Ross is still the Secretary of Defense, right, or something like that, since Civil War, and we still have this president. So I was kind of surprised because I thought we were going to kill off the president, because to leave Ross to be the new president, right? I was shocked about that. Like what a waste of like one of the wastes of Maloney in the role.
I
Like,
know.
he's a great actor, and like I was like, why do we need him? Like, it just makes sense to maybe have a president like this could have been a good opportunity to have Harrison Ford be the president here as Ross, to introduce him here, so that we can be like satisfied to see him in Captain America. Because remember, we lost William Hart, sadly, pass away, and it could have been a good way to let the audience see this new version of Ross in a very unique way in Secret Invasion. But
There wasn't enough time.
yeah, exactly, and not enough time.
No, that takes time. You can't just throw a completely new actor playing a character we've already seen for years. You know what I'm saying? Well, not right, like into the series like this and whatnot for a minute with no anything. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I'm the new president. Like, what happened? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's like, I mean, it's one thing to be a scroll and like shapeshift. It's another thing to like replace a president, whatever, whatnot, and everything for no reason. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Jeff. I think you're having good points, but the thing is, they can easily took their time, which that's, I think, an issue with the series. They didn't took their time for some reason after episode 2. I don't know why. Like,
I don't either. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't see. I mean, I don't see how any of the Iger Feige stuff with everything with trying to like cut back on like the releases and whatnot and stop pushing so much content and whatnot, especially with the series. Why would I don't see that? I don't see why that would connect to anything with any of this we're talking about at all. I don't see why that would even be a facet of this dichotomy. Does that make sense? Like, I don't see a correlation there. Like, okay, we're doing this, so like now that means we're going to cut back on the length of our episodes too.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
like, no.
Just remember, Secret Invasion was already in production before Iger came back. So we just have to remember that that everything from Phase 4 and half of Phase 5 was still under the other CEO before Iger came back to
That's true.
So just a lot of things have changed. It just hasn't yet affected the MCU yet, and it's just more issue now because with the actor strike and all that. Like, it's a mess right now in Hollywood.
It is, and you know what? It's something we're gonna have to address here soon and whatnot and everything. We haven't really addressed it and whatnot here in the bleeding. We'll get into it soon. I'm sure on the MCU Bleeding Edge report, Andres will end up to it here soon. John, you want to talk about the president? And I just want to mention, I agree with you, Andres. I was disappointed. Dermot Mulroney was doing great as the president, I thought, in the finale. And then all of a sudden they threw him in there in that scene, and it just killed it for me. It killed his whole performance. Go ahead, John.
I agree.
Okay, so just in regards to what Kendra said about how the president didn't realize Scrody was a Skrull, and I'm going to call him Scrody till the end of time now because he's a scrotum.
Hey, Scrody sounds good to me, baby.
She's a scrotum. They're a scrotum. They're a scrotum. They're both, because it's a whatever. So Gravik didn't recognize Gaia when she was Fury as a Skrull. If the Skrulls can't recognize Skrulls as Skrulls, I think it's safe to say that someone as dull-witted as Dermot Mulroney's president wouldn't be able to figure out that Scrody was a Skrull. But he was pretty dull. Like, that brain was like Thor in Love and Thunder. Dull. And if you don't catch my understanding.
I liked when he was like, at least give me a goddamn gun, damn it, or whatever the fuck. At one point, when not everything, I was like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I like that. I like seeing that spirit. And whatnot.
On the spirit, I have no doubt about the spirit, but the man was very, very evidently driven directly by Rhodey for like the entirety of the show. So for him to not recognize Rhodey as a Skrull, I'm not too surprised.
Well, hey,
And
maybe I think he did have doubts. And don't forget, people, that Fury set everything up by having him drink that that bourbon, right? And then talk to the fucking president and everything and whatnot. And the president actually have to call him out and whatnot on his breath stinking and shit and whatnot.
yeah,
Right?
that
That's
was
not
funny. That was
shit.
funny.
Yeah, that was right. I mean, seriously, that ended up playing out heavily. You think that could have that right there could have set something off in him.
You know, the other thing that bothers me, and before I go to my other point that I was going to make, is how he didn't realize that Scrody wasn't on his side when the convoy got attacked. Because where the fuck was Cheadle Boy in the damn truck, just sitting there like a bitch? So, to both sides of this point, he should have noticed that he was a Skrull, but he should have noticed much fucking sooner than episode 6 when he got shot.
And does Rhodey have access to the War Machine armor? Like,
I would assume not, otherwise he would have used it, I suspect.
I would have liked to have seen it personally. I like Rhodes and I like War Machine. Like I've been looking forward to seeing him in Armor Wars. Finally, really, we haven't had him we haven't seen him with the suit in a while.
Yeah, we have to really quickly talk about Cheadle and the fact that he woke up looking like he had just gotten attacked after Civil War. So,
that's whole other conversation, John. Jesus, I mean, that thing. Like, I mean, how long has he been there? Whatnot? How long is Rhodes? I believe me, there's a lot of creators right now and whatnot. I don't sit and watch this kind of stuff all day, but there's a lot of creators out there right now that are doing the same thing we're doing right now with these episodes, right? In the series and whatnot, right? And like they're deep diving on this stuff with Rhodes. Like, you know, some of them are mad that like Rhodes has potentially been a Skrull going back to like phase 2 or some shit. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think it's because he's wearing the hospital gown. Like he had just gotten his legs damaged, and he looks like he just got his legs damaged, like the way he's walking. So I think the safe bet is going to be right after he got hit by Vision. That was it.
Okay.
Like when he was in the hospital after that, because he can't walk, and the big thing that everyone keeps saying now is he doesn't know Tony's dead. So that's what the premise of Armor Wars is probably going to be about, which is fucking fantastic.
Wow, that actually is really interesting. I didn't even think about that dynamic.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
No, it's a rabbit hole, John. That's
it is, for sure.
No, that's something we save for for the recap type stuff. You know what I mean?
We'll dive hard into that. And then
there you go. Yeah, no, but let me move forward into the episode and whatnot and everything and just flush out a little bit more deeper into whatnot. So we'll at least get all the way into it. So that if you guys have anything you want to say about any certain aspect of the episode, at least I put it out there and given you a chance to address it. Right? If there's anything particular that that you really enjoyed or did enjoy, right? Or took out of it that was positive or was horrible. I at least want to open up that lane or whatever and whatnot and open up that universe and give you guys something ammunition to bounce off of. So from that point, I mean, the episode is very simple. The structure is very simple, which I did like. I liked that it was Secret Invasion-esque. It had the espionage, kind of, scroll type deal a little bit, whatnot, here and there, a little flair of that. Yeah, also, it was very simplistic at the same time. Even with Kendra, or maybe you didn't like or Andres or John. Maybe the whole trope of being so obvious that was fucking Gaia from Jump, right? As Fury and whatnot and everything, which, I mean, maybe that you saw that and you were like, come on. Seriously? We don't know that is not Fury. Maybe that's how you feel. I felt like that at first, and I was like, okay, but wait a minute. I like this. This works. Now, it ends up being a dichotomy essentially where instead of character parallelization, right? Andres, we had in 7, right? With John Doe, right? And with Morgan Freeman's character sort of being almost like the silent premise of 7 in a way.
And Detective Miles too.
With Mills, yeah. No, that and I love that. That's one of the cool things. We reviewed 7 recently, folks. Cinematic fucking masterpiece. Straight up. I'm sorry, but it is. The last time I watched it was when I was 14. And when you watch it friggin' 26 years later, let's just say that you appreciate it a lot more. But either way, I knew it was still good at 14 though. But seriously though, it ends up being a very simple dichotomy where basically you almost get like a split squad deal, and you've got. I didn't think they used Sonya Falsworth well, really in the finale. To tell you the truth, I thought they could have done more with her. They didn't allow her to use her charm and her wit and her humor at all, right?
She was a badass. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm saying in the finale though, there was nowhere for her to like drop any of her dope fucking, like savage.
I thought she was brilliantly used.
No.
We get
Go ahead.
Not overused. Let me put it that way. I don't feel like she was overly done. We got her in the best possible moments for the best possible reasons. She's the one who makes the president being moved happen. Yep. She's the one who recruits Gaia at the end. And she does so in a way that is absolutely understandable why Gaia would say yes in a world full of reasons for her to say no and to be untrusting. I think that Sonya was genuinely used in the best possible way, because I'll be the first to admit I did not know Fury wasn't Fury.
Really?
I did not.
Wow.
I went into that completely
I didn't either.
blind.
Hey,
you know what?
I'm sorry,
Gaia.
I apologize.
You're fine, because both you and Andre said the same thing, so we're kind of split down the middle.
Okay.
Because I did not know. And when I saw that, I was like, damn, someone paid attention to Fury. Because I didn't see it. And because I thought that the whole premise was that he was going after the president or I thought he was going there while Sonya was getting the president taken care of. I had no idea that Fury was there. I thought Sonya was a total distraction. And then when it's revealed to be Gaia, I really did take a moment to be like, oh, holy shit. They really did that. That was a beautiful twist, because it made more sense in the personal vendetta avenue, at least, for Gaia to go against Gravik. Like, yes, Gravik wanted Fury and gave us a beautiful soliloquy as to why, but it meant so much more for Gaia to get him in the end, because if you think about going back to the first episode, when he turned into Nick Fury and killed Maria, it was almost the exact same thing, but she let him know, like, yeah, your whole grievance that you just spouted out, all that closure you think you got, go fuck yourself. It was brilliant. I loved every bit of the dialogue. I feel that the dialogue we get in this episode is what was missing so hard from last episode. But that's just me.
See, now, my only detractment from that would just be, I do believe that finally we hit a point where, unfortunately, Ben-Adir,
Ben-Adir.
Yes. I believe he honestly, he was forced. His level's not in acting. His acting is not a level yet. I don't think in his evolution, right, to where he could pull off as profoundly as maybe another actor could the villain in the finale. And I thought that the back and forth could have been better.
I'll throw it out there because I'm shaking my head.
I've been loving him. I've been loving him all series. I've been shouting him out and saying he's been
I don't know, man. There's something about him in this moment, in that scene specifically, where he just throws this like weird, mature but bratty attitude, and it works so perfectly that a more seasoned actor to me probably couldn't have pulled that. Somebody who's been ingrained in that type of a character before probably couldn't have given that same rendition of someone who is so brutally honest about how war and killing people affected them, but in the same token being like, but it was all your fault, and taking it out on Fury for his own actions. It's just one of those I couldn't see someone else doing it.
I got you, John. No, but John, did you grasp the whole dichotomy of the fact that him ending up being emotionally affected in a human way, emotionally in a human way, by killing humans, right, and whatnot and everything, ended up being his reason for hating Fury, right, and whatnot and everything, literally was the fact that of all the Skrulls, he was like Talos. He was of good heart, right? You know what I'm saying? At some point and whatnot and everything. And he was actually was emotionally haunted in a human way, right? So there were multiple reasons why he hated Fury and hated human beings, whatnot, and everything get flushed out. That dichotomy flipped, didn't it? Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I thought that was interesting, that whole deal, that when it boiled down to it, his hatred for Fury really boiled down to how similar his emotional feelings were to human beings.
I can't say that I feel like he felt human, because the rationale, and I got to go back to an earlier point.
Not human, but emotional, like a human being would be, just because Skrulls are typically a little bit more stoic.
Okay, so I understand why the perspective can be presented. However, you have to remember that this scene was preceded by him basically ordering a strike to kill a bunch of his own kind. So he might be showing emotions, but I don't suspect they're legitimate. I think that, yes, he felt a certain kind of way because of what Fury did, but he used that as a fire, not as an emotional precedent. That said, to speak ill of his acting this episode kind of gnaws at me a little bit, because I got wicked, and I'm serious when I say I got wicked Killmonger vibes off of him. But like a kid, you know what I mean? Like Killmonger as a 20-something-year-old. It just had that feeling like he had that belief in his point, his stance, his goal, but he was still kind of a child in it. So he made childlike mistakes, like not recognizing one of his own kind of people. And when you let emotions, like you said, get involved with that, because of course Fury was a trigger for him, there's no doubt about that, and Gaia played that, and that's why she is far more emotionally mature than him, and definitely not the same, of course, performance. But Kingsley Ben-Adir's, you can't say that his performance here was bad. When I'm certain I'm not the only person that
I didn't say that. I didn't say it was bad.
No, I'm saying that there are people out there that might say it's bad.
Okay. Sure. No, most definitely. No, I don't think it was bad.
Yeah, no. But I truly get like a young, naive Killmonger off of him. Like,
but don't forget though, the actor himself is older than Michael B. Jordan is.
I'm certain of it, but he looks young.
He does. You're right. He does. He looks like he's literally 24 or 25 years old.
Because of the fact that him and Gaia are of the same age, that would make them roughly 30 human years. So
I thought Gaia was a little bit older than him.
I think they're right around the same age.
But yeah, similar.
Yeah, within a year or two, I would assume. But
it shows them both as kids when he first meets Fury.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah. But to that point, you got to remember, Talos was 136 and resembled 40. So if they look 30, they're either really old and they just appeared young for a long time, or they're only children still in Skrulls, which I think is what the case is.
And they never really, again, they never with any depth explained maybe how that affects them maturity wise. All they really explained was how it affects them physically, how they age, right? You know what I'm saying? They never delved into that. Now, Andres and John, I agree with you 100%. Kendra, I do too. I think it's great that you guys didn't know that Andres did know about the Fury thing. Don't forget, Andres and I have reviewed, like, Andres is so exhausted we've reviewed so many movies recently, whatnot, and everything, right? That he's like so exhausted from the whole experience that he's almost falling asleep here. No, I'm just kidding. But no, Andres, would it make sense to you that like, and
First off, I didn't know about the favorite twist.
you didn't know either?
No, I was shocked about that as well.
What? Oh, okay. You know what? And that's good. Listen, I love that. That's great. I hope that made you guys enjoy the episode more. I do.
Yeah.
If it did, awesome.
Yeah, so just talking about the villain. So, like, I agree with Kendra about the villain performance. See, that was the performance that I liked from episode 3 in the museum. So I was happy to see that again. My issue with it's not really Ben-Adir's performance. It's really the execution of Gravik as a villain. Like, who was he as a villain for someone? Like, I guess they were trying to do the Fury versus Gravik thing, but it was kind of how you say, like, I don't know, like, I liked the twist, but it was kind of disgenuine for me that we didn't had the real Fury with Gravik talking, like talking to the real Fury, because that didn't deflate a little bit of the weight of what he was saying. And then plus I think I just need to I think I wish we had the flashbacks maybe show more on Gravik's background, like what did Gravik did as a kid, like, because being a spy could like mentally affect him and be this kind of radical, which is something this series didn't talk about enough. And that's my issue with Gravik as a villain. He has layers, but I wish the shows explored that more, like Killmonger or or John Doe from Seven. Like those type of movies do like give you $1 to tell you how these villains are. Same thing with the Joker, Dark Knight, like with Heath. When you see the interrogation scene, you get everything about that version of the Joker. But with Gravik, you didn't get that, or like I kind of get that, but I just, for me, I don't know. His whole plan was just so, like, he had like two plans. Like he has one that, like, okay, wants the humans to start work, that scrolls, like, to eradicate, right? I get that. And then you have this other plan here. He has, try to get the harvest, which we barely like it was completely pointless to have this harvest thing. That was another thing. I was like why we need the harvest as this plot point? It's like he's already powerful. Like, why we need extra plot point to have this? And then yeah. So I just, for me, I think Kingsley Ben-Adir as Gravik was a very interesting villain, but I wish the series did more, like, expand upon his psychological state as a character, and just did more things. And another thing I think I oh my god. Anyway, another thing we should talk about is, like, I completely think this series did an unnecessary thing to kill off Marie Hill and Talos. Like, they did not serve anything towards the finale. Like, we barely talked about them in this, like, finale. So I feel like that's another thing that I think hurts Gravik as a villain. And, like, he killed them, but those plot points didn't impact this whole series at all. It just it hit in the small spectrum on certain characters. So I really don't know why did we kill those two characters. It just made Gravik a less interesting villain. I think there was just so many missed opportunities this show did. So
I agree with that. I think that when they wanted him to be amazing and vocal and upfront and the spotlight on him, they did so beautifully. But it wasn't always that way, and we needed more than just a little bit of some chihuahua bites for somebody to get the big baddie type thing. But that goes more along with how everybody's talking about the ending, where his fight with Gaia is so quick and how it's kind of anticlimactic. I actually really liked the fight. I have no problem with the fact that she killed him. because I still don't believe that he may be dead, and I really don't believe that there's still not a puppet master.
Did she just basically heart punch him? Is that what killed him?
No,
Over 9,000.
No, he laser.
he gave him the ultimate Kamehameha Captain Marvel style right through his
Yeah.
tummy tum.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
She blasted a hole through his stomach.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, okay. She actually finally used the powers from the comics with the heat, right?
Yeah.
Did she actually shoot an energy blast? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it was quick. Because remember, she was
Oh,
in
yeah.
she was in the machine, and she had the Captain Marvel thing to.
No.
You didn't hear her say Hadouken?
No, and no, and what I'm talking about is that again, we thought that, at least I thought, we were told that we were getting Amelia Clark as essentially from the comics a mutant, right? I've actually forgotten her name because she's not that character. We thought we were going to get essentially Abigail
Yeah.
Brand.
that in the comics she actually leads Sword, right? And she runs what they call Saber, but it's called the Peak, I believe, in the comics. She actually officially runs the Peak, right? And her mutant power is the ability to use through her hands to emit heat to temperature levels to the point where she can melt through anything, essentially, right? So at that point, is that what she did? Did she actually physically just like heat up her hands and just?
She just blasts him with her energy blast. That's all she did.
I thought she fucking punched him.
Hey, don't take away from the fact that we get to see that he was aggressive and she played it smart. I mean, come on, using Mantis and saying "go to sleep."
Yeah. No, I liked it. The Mantis
throwing his ass.
And him using Ebony Maw's telekinetic powers, that was cool.
Who started the flying? Was that Gravik that started the flying, or was it her?
I think she did.
Yeah, well, she started the Captain Marvel power first, and then he did after that. So I guess technically.
Now,
I do have a quick point.
Yeah, John.
Mutants, just about because you mentioned the mutants, and this ending is the one-to-one comparison that we need to introduce the mutants to the universe. So I suspect this is exactly what's going to happen. Remember the lines that Ritson delivers. These people are not like us. They're not from our planet. We want them gone. That has so many comparable similarities to the X-Men and the way they're treated, and having radical groups be risen up on both sides, people that defend their kind and still want to be helpful to humans, and people who are extremists. So this is legitimately like a mirror image of the X-Men storyline that we needed to introduce them. And I'm suspecting that there's going to be a tie-in soon where the Skrulls are essentially being treated as a mirror of the mutants on Earth that start to show and have to hide, or feel like they have to hide, just like the Skrulls. So that's my call. We're going to see another show just like this movie, just like this show, that has the exact same concept behind it, except it's going to be mutants. And it's going to end or start the way that Ritson ended this show.
Yeah, I agree with John, because they've been laying that out pretty well with the whole racial kind of discrimination with the Skrulls, but also with Nick as well, as a black person as well. So like they actually are doing a good job with that. That is the part I'm impressed with the show. They at least lay that groundwork for the mutants pretty well.
Hold on. So this lovely guy, I don't know who Charlie Hep is, but I went on to the chat so I could see what was going on, because none of it was making any sense to me.
Yeah.
And he said that at the beginning to pick 5 X-Men and figure out who the transformation was. The only one I could think of, if we're talking about the X-Men and the transformations we get to see when it comes to the fight between Gaia and Gravik, I would have gone with Bobby Drake.
Iceman. Yeah, that's what I thought. Either Iceman or Magic.
I mean, I absolutely would have gone with Bobby Drake. Is that what we're referring to? Because why is Venom being thrown out? I have
no idea. No, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's just weird. Well, so
and besides that, Venom is a symbiote. It's you can't. There's
no way they they got that DNA.
You,
right?
you could still get the DNA if they had it, but they don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a little tricky because that's like you're going to Sony, like that's really illegal. Marvel Studios are not allowed to do that.
Well,
Like,
apparently Venom was in the finale, so
yeah, so like quickly, for those folks, bringing those up, like there were a couple of powers that were from the MCU, like Gaia, like going, like she phased through like some solid rocks. That's from ghost powers. So she had a little bit of the ghost powers, and Drax, we saw a little bit of the arm, and the the ice is from the frost giants. Those frost giants from the first Thor movie, and Loki's actual people that he's from. And then of course Madness, we saw the Etanas. That was kind of cool. And then of course with the harvest, you had all the Captain Marvel powers. So those were it. The rock creature, I'm trying to think of the Korg. Yeah, so that was another one. If people get confused, like that's the thing. No, that's just Korg. So yeah. So there were a couple of other MCU powers that we saw. And of course we saw Groot already, with the stretching things, and then the extremists we saw already, and of course it was cool to see Gravik use that telepathic black can creature. So that was kind of cool. So yeah.
that was Ghost. That was the Ghost ability or not everything when that Gaia used when she sort of like phased.
Yes. Yeah. That was neat. That I was actually happy to see that because she has that's like the most powerful power, really. Like phase into stuff and like
she's literally live action Vanellope Pond sweet.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
oh my god.
I was surprised with the Mantis shit because I was like, I didn't think that they would want to use anybody new, like anybody. You see what I'm saying? I figured they would want to go.
They started out with Drax. I mean,
No, I know. No, I know they did, but I figured with the harvest though, I figured it would be like, you know what I'm saying? They would try to go more comic accurate.
Maybe it was just easier to include the Guardians so that they had some kind of reference. And I mean, that is a pretty good one.
Yeah. Also, you cannot bring new characters if we haven't seen them. That's like kind of weird. Like, well, and also it's gonna be a little suspicious of what the government is doing. That's like even dark stuff. But anyway, but yeah, they couldn't
I got the
do
list
that.
of characters, by the way.
Okay, so
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, you keep that secret. Go ahead, Andres.
Yeah. Just last thing before John lists the characters. Like I did agree with John. Like yeah, the fight was good. I like these special effects.
Yeah.
I just wish it was. I wish it was more long. Like I wish it was more long, and I really wanted to see both characters have, like have some scrapes and bruises. Like they're getting tired of this. Like we need more of that. Those kind of fights. I don't like that all these Disney Plus shows fights are like so short and like just like
Well, let me bounce this around to all three of you. Start with you, John. If they had gone longer with all those power possibilities and whatnot, would that possibly have just been overdoing it? Wouldn't the big kind of would that have been overdoing the whole deal? If they extended the fight, giving them the ability to like change and continue to change like that and whatnot, wouldn't that trope get a little bit like played out?
It would if all the characters have similar powers and power sets. Based on this list, the most diverse characters and or DNAs would have been Ghost, Extremis, and Ebony Maw. I think would be the only other one that would really be consistent with being a cooler thing, because everybody else, they're all just fucking strong. It would have made nothing additional to just keep switching different strong arms. So I think the length of this fight was good.
Okay, Kendra, I agree with Andres to some extent. I would have liked to have seen a longer fight. I would have. But at the moment of the fight, I thought to myself, right at that moment, just that the timing made sense just because of the power abilities, those options and whatnot. I thought to myself, if this keeps going, this might get a little bit too hokey. outside of the bounds of the series almost.
I mean, I would have been happy to see them display the powers for a little bit longer. But I also understand 100% that they had 38 minutes to work with. They had a lot to get through. But I mean, maybe an extra minute could have been spared on the fight just to give us a little bit more bang for the buck. But it wasn't bad for what we got. I liked the cycle of the powers. I liked the build up to the fight. I was perfectly fine with the over 9,000 hit. It was fine.
Okay, Andres,
Yeah,
did you think did you contemplate that at all as far as the length, that if they would have started just flipping powers more and more, it would have got kind of like almost overdone?
yeah, but at the same time, I think John or Kendra brought up like Gaia was very smart how she was using the fight. Like she's very smart, so like you can show like Gravik was being the more aggressive person, and like he was just not using his brain, where you can show that Gaia was using her mind, and like she was using maybe other abilities from other characters and used them as her advantage to kill Gravik in the way she did it. Like she used madness powers. That was actually neat. Trying to tell him to go to sleep. So that was a good move. Yeah. Well, then, uh, I guess for me, it's not really the time. It was just the way we take out Gravik was just the issue. I think he had. It should have been. I think he could have been poetic that he got killed by one of his people, or something like that. But I don't know. It's just his death was very lame. It was just like the energy blast hit him in the hole, just like one of the henchmen from Iron Man 3 with the extremist stuff. But yeah, one thing I did appreciate was with the fight, unlike a lot of superhero fights, it's like you knew who was Gravik versus Emilia Clarke's Gaia. Like Gravik was in his growth form, so that I appreciate that detail. But,
Yeah, most definitely. And you know what? I think that before we go over to John, and we get the list of the characters and whatnot, and we pick our moniker on Bull Award recipients and everything, and John's got to then peace out, because he has real life shit to talk about and do and whatnot and get into. I would just want to say that honestly, I think that Gravik as a villain, to go back just real quick, again, as I have said before in the series, I think is probably one of the best villains we've had, not just in the Disney Plus series, but in the MCU in a while. In general, I think he's really good, or was really good. I actually got Ultron vibes from him at times, which is weird.
I would put Gravik like mid-tier villain. I think he was good. I like the performance, but I think there was just like a lot of missed opportunities they did with the character. He's now low tier. I think he's mid-tier villain.
Hey, they threw him in the mix with fucking Ben Mendelsohn and goddamn fucking and Emilia Clarke and Samuel L. Jackson and whatnot, and he held his weight. So hats off to him. That's got to be fucking like seriously a little bit not stifling, but a little bit like overwhelming, going on set and being like, oh, okay, I gotta straight up fucking solo with fucking Ben Mendelsohn, right? And like
no more intimidating than that.
Getting down.
This. Well,
what? Go ahead.
He's about to play Bob Marley.
Oh, really? That's awesome. You know what? God, I'm glad somebody's finally going to make some kind of like real biopic of Bob Marley. That'd be dope. That's dope.
Well, it's a total character change. You got to think about that. So that just shows his range, because he must have been doing some of this at the same time. So yeah, I gotta give him even more respect now that I realize that, because if you can go from Bob Marley, who's basically a pacifist and a pothead, to Gravik, that's impressive. That's truly an impressive jump.
They should let me play Bob Marley. And with
play the Bob Marley from no, you can just play. You can play the Bob Marley that is the cop in Boondock Saints.
Okay.
Not Smecker, the other one.
Oh
I
my
can't
god!
remember his name right now, but his real name is Bob Marley. You can play that one.
I'm sorry. There's an aside. what is so insane is that Jimi Hendrix used to actually utterly drop acid and then play guitar during shows and whatnot.
Yes, he did. This is true. Very true.
And legit just like create music and create solos and shit and whatnot on the fly and whatnot. Nobody does anything like that anymore. Nobody does.
Did it with the left-handed guitar played right.
Yeah, I mean that shit's insane.
Right-handed guitar played left. Sorry.
That was one talented motherfucker right there, man. I'm sorry,
Indeed.
but like, yeah, for reals. But you know what though? I've got my bass guitar, so I'll do a reaction video where I try to reinvigorate that myself, you know, and see how that works out.
How crack and bass go together.
Yeah, I'll trip on acid and do crack, and also try to bust off some. I'll just do some bass solos. And see what
Bass
comes out.
crack. He's free bass and crack. I couldn't resist it. It fell into place for me.
I'm sorry.
You want this list of DNA?
Yeah, please. I want to hear this.
Okay, so the list that I've come up with here, it was Ghost, Captain America, Corvus Glaive, Thanos, Outrider, which are the things that were running in Infinity War, Proxima Midnight, Captain Marvel, Abomination, Mantis, Call Obsidian, Drax, Korg, Ebony Maw, Frost Beast, Hulk, the Chitauri, Valkyrie, Thor, Gamora, Groot, and the Winter Soldier. That's a wild.
So they could have gone a whole buttload longer than they did. That's a whole.
Yeah, but most of those people
list.
were just strong. I mean, how many different arms do you want to beat each other
Why
up?
would you need to have? Why would you need to have Bucky and Steve Rogers DNA when they both have the super soldier serum?
I mean, why would you want both Hulk and Abomination where they're both just gamma beasts?
I actually thought that the Gravik's Super Skrull looked like the Abomination at first.
I think that was one of the arms he might have used. They didn't.
No.
I think I saw her quickly flash green for the Hulk, but I didn't really see much of anything besides their arms changing and her getting head. So
No, it was a quick shot of Gravik with the Abomination. It was the ears. They made his ears into the new Abominations. Yeah, the fins.
I missed that.
Yeah, that was where I saw the Abomination part.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't ever watch. I don't know if I don't think I've ever told any of you guys this, but I refuse to watch Easter egg videos and all that kind of stuff and whatnot from some really good. I don't watch like what's her name that does the really good ones on YouTube. Oh, jeez.
There's a couple of them.
I know.
Like Watch Mojo is really good about it.
New Rockstars is
New Rockstars. New Rockstars is the best ones. New Rockstars is I think everyone probably has their own picks, but I think them and Screen Crush probably do the best ones.
Yes.
But
Screen Crush
Screen always does a good job with it too. Hats off
I
to all.
actually didn't watch any Easter egg videos for this.
No.
I should have.
I don't like to. I don't care what people do, but when we do the reviews, whether I'm on the panel or moderating, I don't watch any of that stuff before we do the reviews. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to be affected. I'd rather just know. I'd rather go in cold, right? And that way, if when y'all mention it or whatever, something that I didn't notice or whatever, great. It flushes out in the show. Right. I don't want to overdo it and whatnot and go in with too much information. Let's pick our moniker and bowl word recipients. I'll start. I'm gonna go with Gravik, right? Of course, and the talented actor that played him. Of course, if I can actually pull him up. Oh, of course, and Home was the title of this episode, and it was once again directed by the same director that did all the episodes, and that, of course, is Ali Salim. Yes. Now, of course, Gravik was played by Kingsley Ben-Adir, and so I'm going to go with Gravik, and I'm going to go with I believe her name is Charlene Woodward as Vera, right? Nick Fury's wife. Those are my tied moniker and bowl reward recipients. So, John, what would you go with, bro?
So this is my first time. Let me make sure that I'm getting this right. This is the best secondary character.
Secondary character. It can be a villain. It's whatever, but it can't be Nick Fury.
Okay, well, this is a no-brainer for me. It's definitely Sonia Olivia Colman.
Okay.
I have after episode 2, I have named her very aptly Scary Poppins. She is perfect, and if she doesn't get her own fucking spin-off show, I'm going to riot.
See, but if I would have picked that myself, it would have been too easy and whatnot and whatnot. So for contrast purposes, I couldn't go with that.
This isn't the easy choice. This is the right choice.
Olivia
Colman. I'm sorry. You really are a Skrull. You didn't check behind the door. Hello, Skrulls. Nigel. Oh, my name is Victor. Oh, Nigel's the guy with the silencer pointed to the back of your head. She is amazing, and she needs her own show.
Hey, listen, this is the way, right?
This is
I guess, apparently. Geez, I think the armor is about to pop out here in the corner. God damn, yo, the armor is fucking nasty.
She whooped some ass.
Yo, the armor is nasty. I'm telling you right now, I love the armor. The armor deserves 17.75 monogram Bull awards.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Number 3 tonight. Number 3.
All right, Kendra, you can round this one out. Andres, what you got, bruh?
Okay, so John took my Veronica Rumble, and that was Sonia. So it was well, forget that. You know what? I want to bring up the person, the man, the myth, the legend, Talos. Rest in peace, buddy. He's gonna be my number 1. Oh God, I'm so sad that he's not gonna be with us in the MCU. Maybe we get flashbacks. So rest your soul, sir. You were the most awesome Skrull since Captain Marvel. You're the only reason I will rewatch Captain Marvel. It's because of you, Talos. Okay? You were funny because you were scared of these evil alien cats that are called Farkins. I'm like, okay.
Motherfucking.
They had to kill him off because if he would have stayed in the series, he would have been too good.
No. He was too good that we need him the most in this series.
He needs to be the martyr.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
So yeah, so be all serious then. Like Talos. Ben Mendelsohn is a great actor. I mean, Cyber brought him up. Vertical Limit, Missy Brine. Yeah, Rogue One. He's great in that. Thank you, Jeff. I totally forgot. Yeah, he's in Rogue One. He's in Dark Knight Rises, people.
Wait,
That's
what?
how.
What was he in that?
He was John Dackett, the lacking that Bane was working with. He's the one like, hey, can we bring up some girls here? That's that person. That's Billison.
Wow.
That's how long he's been working here.
He was also in Venom, and Venom 2 apparently, since Venom was also in the Secret Invasion finale.
Yeah. Whoever these people think Venom's there, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, Ben Mendelsohn, he rocked it on. He was also committed, just like Olivia Colman. Like, he was great. He really delivered his lines so greatly. His scenes with Emilia Clarke were the best. Like, his conversation with his daughter really great, and I think helped a lot to maybe like Gaia a lot as a character, and maybe enjoy a little bit of this finale. So yeah, the Monica Rambeau has to go with Talos. Talos is gonna be missed. Rest in peace, soul, to the awesome Skrull. You bloody bastards.
Oh, they couldn't put Talos and Sonya in the same scenes and whatnot. Are you kidding me? Those two? That shit would be goat territory.
Wow.
It'd be like, yeah, that'd be like some bird magic shit.
Chef, I'm sorry, pardon my French. Shut up. You made me sad now. We couldn't have that scene between those two. Imagine Olivia Colman talking to Talos, and it's like, oh my god.
I don't want to imagine it because honestly, it would have been fucking insane. Literally. Now, Kendra, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What would you like to choose?
No, I'm freaking mad. My choice has already been chosen.
No, you're good. You could do. No, please. It's okay.
I'm on the same boat as Andre. We could have been a whole threefold against yours, and instead of that, here we are. because he had to pick somebody else, and now I'm obligated to pick somebody else. But if I were to do it, since I can't have Sonia, I can't have Olivia, which is fine. I think that I would go with
you?
Fanarin.
You can pick. You listen. You don't have to pick someone different. Okay. All right.
If I had to pick, I would pick Katie Finneran, and I don't think that I've said her name right, but she is Maria Hill's mom.
Oh.
And the reason why I would pick her is because she gave us a really good glimpse of how serious this show could get, how deep they were willing to get. And I really liked that because it was the first time where we'd had that first like, aha, holy shit moment. And in order to get that and to get how serious it was, we got to see her interaction with Fury. And I think it was beautiful. So I would give mine to her.
Hey, you know what?
Olivia.
There you go, baby. Gotta love it. All right, John, you want to do, well, since you're gonna peace out, why don't we do ratings quick and whatnot before before you drop me here with this Kendra and Andres and whatnot and their whole feud.
Wow.
Anyways, what you got for a rating on the finale, sir?
I have to give the finale a 9.5. I really enjoyed it. Yes, that's the perfect word for this show. No, yeah, truly a 9.5. I have zero complaints about the length of because everything was consistently active. Like it wasn't a slog 38 minutes. It was a paced 38 minutes. It still felt like 38 minutes. Like, you know how you go through a 90-minute movie, sometimes it can either take 30 minutes or 2.5 hours, depending on how the progression of the show or the movie is. Same thing with this. The 38 minutes was packed with stuff that mattered. And like from Gaia acting as if she was choking on radiation outside when no one was around to, Sonya coming out from behind the door to Fury shooting dudes straight in the face. Like, just this episode was in no way a slog for 38 minutes. The fight was fantastic. And I have zero complaints about the show. I can't give it perfect because no show is perfect. I mean, even Loki and WandaVision had imperfections. And those are the best that have come out in my mind. But with that, this being the third in my top 3 now of the Marvel television releases.
No, you know what? And I think that as I've talked to Kendra about whatnot, her privately and whatnot, everything, I mentioned to you, John, too, and Andres. I don't think I brought this up to you privately because every time I call you, I just go to I get your voicemail. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I'm not alone though.
I'm just kidding. No, we'll regroup and whatnot and everything. I've never done this before and whatnot and everything, but I love being creative and whatnot, and I love doing interesting things and whatnot. And so I'll talk to all of you, and we'll come together, right, and take a breath, and take a breath from the series and whatnot. Take a break, soak it in, right, and then we'll regroup, and I'll ask everybody their thoughts on what kind of show we should put together in terms of like some kind of recap, right? How we should do it. What y'all all have a chance to give me your thoughts and whatnot and everything, and I'll try to infuse those things into some kind of strategic plan for like, a guide or, of how we'll do it, in 1 part or 2 parts, whatever and whatnot, and we'll do it. Right. And we'll bring everybody together. And I think it'll be interesting. I do. I think that, John, honestly, man, it's been great having you on, right, on these reviews. And, brother, listen, man, I love it. I love the fact that your enthusiasm because, you're almost sort of defensive in your rating and whatnot, right? You're almost like, apologetic when, hey, man, look, we're fans of the MCU. So like, good for you that you see it, that you dropped the 9.5. Hey, sometimes on these shows, there are people on the panel where someone doing that like you, they might feel comfortable and safe to go ahead and drop a 9 or 9.5 when they might have only given a 7 or 8 because of the vibe of the show, right? Yeah. Does that make sense? Right? So that's valuable. It is at that point. But I think, hey, look, it's hard. It's very easy to be overly critical sometimes when you review stuff episodically, and when you have stuff like the MCU that's had an end game an Infinity War type buzz experience that will only ever happen once. And then you've got to then compare every fucking thing else to that, right? In some way. No, there's no way around it. At that point, it's sad, you know, that like sometimes people don't agree with us or that people hated this series. I don't agree with them. I try to talk to them and get them to come on the show. A lot of them won't come on. And that's okay. But we liked it. I liked it. John, that you liked it, that's great as a fan. And on top of that, hey, the fact that we got Andres and everybody saying things like, I wish they would have done this. It would have been cool if they would have fleshed out more of the backstory of that. That's the kind of shit that we love about the MCU. Those are the kind of things that we usually like about Marvel movies and Marvel stuff. You know what I'm saying? Is those kind of thoughts. That, oh, what if they done that with this? That's great, I think. It's a good direction. So I think there's nothing, hey, John, there's nothing to be freaking apologetic about anything having to do with fucking liking anything about this series or disliking it, but I like the shit. You like it. Kendra likes it. Andres likes it, I think. No, he doesn't like it. That's okay. Gerald doesn't like it. That's okay, Gerald. No, like I'm telling you, I'm watching YouTube and getting videos on my feed and shit, and listening to creators like just tearing this series up. Just, you know, it's terrible, laughing at it, it's garbage, all this shit and whatnot and everything. And I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you like, what are you watching? Like, this is.
I apologize for that just a second ago. I was watching Andres, and I just lost my fucking mind.
What? It's okay to fall out, bro. Come on now. Hey, let's give Andres credit. Andres, look, your humor has evolved so well, brother. You're so good. Your comedic timing. I'm telling you, man.
Hey,
It's
you know what? I think I should get the American Rebel.
oh,
The show.
oh shit, Andres, you arrogant, selfish fuck. Now you want an American Rebel award? Fuck you.
Yeah. Like,
No, I think he gets the Ultron award for being so goddamn robotic.
No, you get you get the
Killmonger award. I want that.
Oh yeah, you're far too white faced.
You get the Ironheart award, brother.
Oh no!
Just wait till we get the Ironheart series. You're gonna get the Ironheart award.
Right?
No. I'm sorry, folks. My rating has gone down for this show.
Wait till we get the Echo series, brother.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to bounce before he drops his rating.
All right, John. You're right. It could take. It could take 62 minutes.
I don't need negativity like that in my life.
Kendra, isn't it nice to finally see John laugh?
Yeah.
He's
been laughing.
I laugh frequently. It's this hilarious response that he's like, "Yeah, no, the show sucked."
Yeah.
Fuck you, Steve from Bumble. Fuck you.
Yes.
Oh my god. That was my favorite clip today. That's my favorite clip.
I didn't know I had that shit. My bad.
Yeah.
Whoa, queefy now.
Yeah.
Anyways, John. All right, brother. We love you, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Good night, John.
Y'all have a good night, and I will talk to y'all later.
Mad Trivia Podcast. In and out of the house, bitch. What's up? Peace.
Later.
Laters. Oh shit! Look, we're all askew and shit. We only got Kendra's face there for a minute. That's not
It
cool.
was like a quarter.
You'll be having that. You know what I'm saying? That's just not fair. You know what I'm saying? Kendra's already too attractive as it is with a whole face and whatnot. Everything can't be half face and shit, right? Could be fucking dudes up over here. You know? Maybe that's what happened to Charlie over the comment session. He saw you, Kendra, and he just started like tripping out and shit and whatnot, and
I don't know what that was.
started seeing men up and shit. Who even knows?
I don't know what that was. That was weird.
I think that was it was nerdgasm. I think it was
Maybe.
call it, just bring up these random themes that I don't
Hey, that's
really-
okay. You know what? It's good. It as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't hurt. It could be worse. He could be dropping racial slurs or some shit or something or whatever and whatnot. You know, at least I didn't have to fucking delete them or like block them. So, right? I don't like blocking people. So, you know, I just think it's kind of stupid, to be honest with you, and illogical, personally.
Yeah.
But then again, when my attorneys advise me to do it, I do it. But anyways, so Kendra, what would your rating be, do you think, for the finale?
Not gonna be as nice as John.
That's okay.
I mean, I agree with his points, but for me, God, I'm gonna say it's at least a 7. I mean, it does hit most of the things that it needs to. It leaves enough open doors for them if they do choose to continue the series, for there to be content for them to pull from, but it wasn't as satisfying as I would like it to be. I mean, it wasn't Lost, it wasn't The Sopranos, it wasn't anything like that, but I do think that they used their time wisely. I think that we hit the major points and we got closure on certain aspects of what we needed it for. So I'm going to stick with my 7.
And that's, again, I think that's perfectly fair. A 7 is not really a bad rating.
It's really not.
No. Andres, what you got, bruh?
Okay. I thought really hard and thoughtful about this rating.
Wait a minute. What did you give the Dead City finale?
Was it an 8.5 out of 10?
Okay,
Yeah,
I just want to make sure before you
it
drop
was-
this. I want to make sure that we put this out there.
Yeah. Well, because I love Walking
Oh,
Dead.
I fucked you up there, didn't I, buddy? Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah,
I fucked
yeah.
up a little bit there.
Yeah. Walking Dead was great. I love it. I wish I could talk about that series than this series, but anyway. I actually went with Kendra. My rating was a 7 out of 10. So I thought this was better than the last episode. At least I can give it that. Like, I agree. I think this. I mean, it opened. It's an open door if they want to continue the storyline to do more Sonya or Emilia Clarke. But yeah, I was very disappointed about this show. I think it's not the worst Disney Plus show. I think still She-Hulk is the worst by far. But anyway, I thought Secret Invasion was at least have the dark, like it was at least serious and had really good like actual comedy beats that was good, and it wasn't like over, like it didn't have the MCU humor.
Well,
like,
understand, with Gerald, if Gerald had been on the whole review, he would have explained in length. He wasn't actually saying, I think this is the worst Disney Plus Marvel show I've ever seen.
No, this is my opinion. That's my opinion. It's
No,
not
I'm just saying, it literally is for him.
What,
It was his expectations of what it could have been, right? And then what he got is what the problem was.
yeah. Well, if Gerard was here, he'll explain that more. But for me, so what I was saying is, it's not the worst Disney Plus show. I can highly recommend this. This list has a lot, like a little really good moments, like great moments, and I think that's the good thing about the show. But just keep your expectation low if you're expecting that, because they do try to, like, when you hear people saying they really try to hit hard the note for the show, they really try hard to like hit those emotional beats like Rihill's death or Talos' death. But I think the show did not successfully did that and didn't earn those deaths properly. And I think it should have been somewhere else in a Marvel movie or TV show, whatever. But we got it. At least we acknowledged the deaths, which I was happy about. Both, I mean, one is better than the other, but whatever. But yeah, I think that Marvel is still in this problem, like still having these problems of how to balance their storytelling in this televised format.
Yes,
Still,
you called it right there. That's it, and that's
Yeah.
something that we're going to flush out eventually on the show and do a whole show on, because I really think the problem is that the comics translated into a cinematic, type deal, translate easier into film than they do in these series. They do. I'm sorry, but it's obvious at this point that they don't translate well in these series. And on top of that, since when is it a good recipe to make TV series on a regular basis that all the fans know are never going to get second seasons? Ever. Right? Never, other than Loki. What if? Now we probably won't even get the What If second season. At that point, I'm sorry, but doesn't that go against the entire fucking point of television series? Isn't that completely contradictory? I'm seriously though, Kendra, Andres. I thought about this during episode 3 in my mind. I've just been keeping this to myself the whole time, right? And I want to flush this out. I want to do more thinking about it and do some research, right, and whatnot and everything, and kind of like, you know, bounce it with Andres, bullshit with Andres about it, bullshit with you know what I mean, whatnot, talk to Cyber, and flush some shit out in terms of like a structure with how to actually do a show or two on it. But this is an important element I think people are not addressing. And that's people's biggest qualms right now with the MCU are the fucking series. They're not the movies. They're the series, right? And the series are dragging down the films. They are. They're dragging down the momentum of the films. So people are turned off and afraid to go see the movies because of shit like She-Hulk. Right? Seriously.
I fucking love She-Hulk. Stop.
No, but it's not just She-Hulk. It's Miss Marvel that I love too, right? Kendra, we have our own, you know what I mean? You know that. If you love it, great.
The same thing with Loki. Hawkeye. Yeah.
Don't forget, Kendra, don't forget. I swear to God, if you go look, I guessed it on multiple shows, right? Ask Gerald. I said She-Hulk was going to be the best Disney Plus series that came out last year. When San Diego Comic-Con came out and Feige dropped all that huge piece of slate there and whatnot and everything, right?
We're going to have to talk about it later.
No, we will. No,
because I want to do it at length because I want to know exactly what it was that made you switch.
No. Just to be clear, that's what I literally thought. You know that I don't think before I speak. When I was asked flat out, what are your picks? What do you think is gonna be hot out of this, or whatever? I said She-Hulk will probably will be the best series out of everything we're gonna get. And then I said, in my gut, I have this feeling, I don't know why, that Miss Marvel will do well. People won't like it probably. They won't watch it maybe, right? Or pay attention to it all that much because the comic book titles haven't done well, right? They just haven't sold very well. That's why they haven't, from what I understand. The character hasn't been able to carry a comic book title long enough to keep it going. I'm not saying anything bad about the character. I love Miss Marvel. Right, it was my pick in our rankings. It was my number 1 Disney Plus series last year. I thought it was better than everything else. So, and I still don't think She-Hulk was horrible. Right, I just thought that around like episode 5 or 6, it just went downhill. Other than that, I was happy. I was entertained by it. It wasn't as good as I thought it would be, but I was in there. I was hanging in there. I was dropping 7s and 8s and shit on the episodes. Right. There you go. So, I'm telling you, if you go back and watch the reviews, I probably dropped 9s and 8.5s and shit and 7.75s. Without question on some of the She-Hulk episodes, especially with what's her name, called Wongers. The chick that would always go into the court with her martini in her hand and shit.
I loved Wongers.
What was her name?
I don't know what her name is.
She was fucking awesome. Whatever her name was, she was great. I loved her. But no, I'm sorry, Andres. Sir, what was your rating for Secret Invasion? Did you already drop it? I can't remember. Did you already give it a 7? Did you give it a 7? All right.
Yeah, 7 out of 10.
Was that some kind of was that in some way your way of vocally making up with Kendra?
No, we're not friends.
Yeah, we're
colleagues.
You're not friends? Oh,
you
got him. You got him.
Yeah,
you got his ass.
Yes.
You got his ass.
Colleagues.
John, if you're still here, John, this is what I was talking about right here. This is the power trio right here. I'm just a pop culture guy, Kendra Smart, and Jeff has True Knowledge. We're gonna have to come out with our own show at some point here, where we can figure out a scheduling time where that will fit in Kendra's intensely busy schedule, which is literally that intensely busy. We're gonna come up with our own show and we're gonna let Andres pick the title of the show, right? Just so we can see what kind of fucked up shit he comes up with.
17.5.
Yep. Thank you. I love that. Kendra, you said that. That's awesome. As the title?
Yeah.
I call it the 60-minute show. Just John and my name, 60 Miniman.
What is the deal? Listen, I've got some chick. I'm gonna show you guys my Gmail. I've got some fucking bot spammer person that sends me an email every fucking day. It's like Jessica Brown or some shit. No matter how many times I blocked this fucking email, they keep coming back, and all it ever says is $65. Wouldn't that fuck you up? I'm like, for what? I'm like, what? I'm like, what?
You're like, for what?
I'm like, what do you? I talked to it. Yeah, I'm like, what do you need? What do you want $65 for exactly? You know what I mean? Like, you know, what? I mean, what service or product are we talking about here? You know, I mean, obviously this is important to you. You keep sending me these emails that say $65.
It's because you keep answering.
Like, you're fucking me up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does it mean? Got a code? You know, seriously.
Some national treasure bullshit, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I mean, you know, hey, I got blocked by a bot on a dating site one time.
You
All right?
got blocked by a
Yeah,
bot.
I did. Yeah, I'm
That's
telling you.
talent.
A bot blocked me. Yep.
That's talent.
Yep, I'm telling you. Serious. Because
You
they
know
said
what, though? Away from that, a thought strikes me. So, what would you guys say to the question of, all right, so we already know that the comic was one thing and the TV show is obviously another. The stories don't align.
no.
But would you say that you could enter into this version of Secret Invasion without having to have knowledge? That this would be almost the perfect way to enter into a story arc without having to have prior knowledge of the comic?
So wait a minute. For what purpose though?
Just for entertainment. I mean, to step into the world without even having to have any previous context.
If
Would
there
you
were
think
multiple
this is
seasons,
a good
yeah.
example of that.
If it wasn't a limited series, yes, I think it would be. Anders, would you agree? If you knew going in, it was a regular TV show like any other TV show, Roseanne, Seinfeld, where you knew you were going to get. If it did good, you get a second season, a third season.
Yeah.
For pure purposes, hell yeah, I think people would fucking watch it and like dig it and whatnot and be want another season.
Yeah. I don't want to bring up my host opinion about the show. I mean, I'm doing separately another Secret Invasion podcast on my channel, and I was just hearing his thoughts. And one of the things that he brought up that makes a lot of sense to me is I think this series should have been a movie. Seriously. That's another thing we need to talk about is that I think certain properties should have been movies, and then vice versa could have been TV properties.
Give YouTube enough time.
Yeah,
Somebody
exactly.
will sync them together. Because you remember, I don't know how many years ago it was, and you guys may not have seen them, but you remember there was a channel where they did almost like a fan-made Mortal Kombat, where they did their version of the TV show. And then they have somebody went back and took all of the episodes and stitched them all together so that it is like a movie. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody does that with Secret Invasion.
Yeah.
I never watched any. Sometimes just the other day, yesterday or the day before that, I saw another one of those Batman fan made type deals, whatever, whatnot. Right? That was newish. It was new. It was newish. It only been out for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I've only watched a couple of them before and whatnot. Right? Not because they're bad, but just because you know how it is. You only have so much time, right? When you're on YouTube, you know how it is, Andres. You can't just sit there all day. You only watch so much stuff, right? I mean, we're content creators. We, with you, some of you guys some of us have jobs. I mean, there's only so many hours in a day. So I've caught a couple of them. It's not because it is a national studio making the shit or whatever that I'm not watching this stuff. But I see them quite a bit. I mean, and whatnot, and everything, and all that. Like, is that one of them deals where? Why does it seem so heavily DC orientated that they have this stuff?
I don't know.
Well, it's certain
Batman too.
Well, first off, I mean, certain characters cannot do in small budgets. Where with Batman, he's just a guy in a costume. You're able to do a short film, stuff.
Don't
like
have to splurge for special effects.
Yeah, exactly. Like, well, if you're from the industry, you can do that. Like Batman Under the Batman Dead End, that very famous short film was made by a person that was from that industry. He pulled out area. Like he was able to pull off a Predator, an Alien in that short film, versus a Batman and then Joker. Like it's crazy. So it can happen. I mean, now special effects you can easily
Right.
do it on your basement. So, I mean, Marvel. I think Marvel is a little serious about their copyright. Like, I don't think they allow YouTubers to do. It depends.
But we'll find out when my trademark application goes through for the MCU's Bleeding Edge whether or not we're able to maintain that brand or not and whatnot. We'll find out, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like we always have to double check, like what's illegal and what's not. Honestly, I mean, Batman is Batman. I mean, it's. I mean, DC is that's their golden goose, and so it makes profit. So
Well, that's why I put in 2 applications, one for the MCU's Bleeding Edge and one for the Bleeding Edge, just in case.
yeah. So get back to your question. Like, I think people they didn't read the comic. They're gonna be fine. I mean, this is a loosely based story
Right.
of segregation, so it's not a big deal. But I just think for me, it shouldn't be a movie really, because like my friend just thinks this shouldn't be more of an impact of Phase 5, like with this multiverse saga. But then that's the question: is like how important this show is for the multiverse.
Right.
saga.
Is it all possible, y'all, that if when you translate the comics this way over time, right, regardless of phases 1 through 3 or whatever in their popularity, or irregardless or regardless, whatever, is it possible that over time there's just no way around the fact that maybe you have to go less comic book accurate over time? Like you have to almost. No, I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I'm just wondering to you guys. I've been questioning these things myself.
No. There's 2 ways to do it.
There's
I
so many
mean-
elements to this shit.
Yeah, I know. It sort of depends. Like, I think you can balance it. Like, it sort of depends on the story. Like, it's not like X-Men Days of Future Past, like, where that story is a very familiar, like, not a familiar story, like a familiar, similar, like, trope, like you're using time
Right.
travel. And so you know how, okay, we need to set up this, like, trope in time travel. If you've seen Back to the Future or Terminator, that's how successful your movie is going to be. That's how that movie was so good, because it just followed a particular line in terms of film adaptation. But at the same time, it gave us a really cool comic book. Like it's actually beat to beat from the short story. Like Mystique assassinating someone, that's from the story. Um, you know, Rogue, I say Kitty being a prominent person in the story is there. It's just switch. Instead of her traveling, she's the one that sends Wolverine to travel. Like that's the thing. You need to know how to balance being faithful, but also try to translate that into film adaptation.
Days of future day, whatever, whatnot. Days of Future Past, whatever, whatnot. Makes no sense anyway because they didn't even set it up properly. Like, I mean, they took.
Yeah.
They had Fox X-Men characters and whatnot. They had the films for years.
But here's
brought it
the
back.
thing. Here's the thing. That could have been a worse movie. But
Oh, it's a
somehow,
terrible fucking movie.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The fact that they were able to do it, that's my point. Here, you look at this series where we have a huge established continuity, and this series failed to really like balance, the MCU and like how important this series was into this multiverse
Right.
saga. That's what I'm saying. Like, you need to know what's the outcome, because that's the thing. I'm like, why we needed this show, like, because it's not like it's going to be important in the multiverse saga, right? Like, that's why, like, Love and Thunder didn't work, because that's another thing I want to add. It's like in terms of film adaptation, you're also mixing up runs. Like a lot of movies do add multiple like comic book runs that we love. Like Dark Knight Rises had not only the Nightfall, it had Dark Knight Returns. It has the No Man's Land arc.
Right.
It it did successfully, but it wasn't, it wasn't that like it was okay adaptation, but it was loosely based. That's fine. Something like Dark Phoenix, where you're trying to adapt a huge run, and it's like they were having just difficult time to adapt that. It's like you had to lose some. But yes, I know.
I'll take over. I'll
Yeah,
take over
right.
because I agree. And I think that you bring up a really valid point. I think that when it comes to original content where they're making the story up 100% by themselves, when it comes to something like that, there's obviously going to be more liberty that can be taken. It's going to be way more accessible to many different target markets because there isn't any skin in the game. But when you're doing large arcs like Civil War, like, big ones like that, if they were to do Hulk Gray or Daredevil or Spider-Man Blue, I mean, if they were to do huge, meaningful stories, that's where you kind of need to stick to the material a little bit more. I think they did a disservice to themselves because in the comic books, you had not only these big grandiose scenes that would have killed in real life. Beautifully set up, face to face, just beautiful scenes. But not only that, but you miss out on so many different characters that were a part of those storylines. I mean, we haven't even touched any of them, honestly. I mean, it's like a drop in the water. So, I mean, for me, as a fan who would have loved to see these characters come in, for those that we would have gotten to see come in and come to life for the first time, it's a true disservice to the fans to not give them at least a taste of that story. And I really don't believe that we got that. There wasn't as much of the who's who. There wasn't as much of the mystery. The nostalgia wasn't there. The climaxes weren't the way that they were supposed to be or could have been. And now we're getting, an open door where we might see them go into peace treaty with the Kree. Well, what does that mean when you don't know why it was so important from Secret Invasion, from the book?
I know. It's like my climaxes sometimes would just tap out of me all the fucking time.
It's because you keep going to the same damn salon. They already know you're coming in.
You motherfucker. I'm telling you right now. No, the chicks in the massage parlor, they don't even want them to do with me anymore. I've worn them out. They're done. They're not used to the.
They were tired of wasting their minutes, my guy.
Nah, I throw too much.
15-minute breaks.
Nah, I throw too much game at the massagey chicks.
They had time to go to McDonald's, come back with.
No, I'm serious, Kendra. I hate to say it, but they're not.
With your ass.
I'm serious. They're not. They don't know what the fuck is going on with me.
Oof.
Yeah, it's like that. They're like, "Are you serious?"
Mm.
They're like, "I come." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I felt it." I'm like, "I know it's new for you, but like, yeah, I know that happens with me. You're gonna have more of them too." So yeah, it's like that. But they don't tap out though. They don't tap out. They go hard. You know what I'm saying? They just make some weird looking awkward faces like they're about to die at times. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, folks, no, that would never happen ever. But no, anyways, no, look, it's tough. I mean, honestly, when you review these series and Andres, as I've talked to you, Kendra, privately, Andres, we've talked about this. One of the aspects for me, personally, from my perspective, that's sort of like, I guess, more of an intrinsical thing. It's more of a intellectual thing, less of a personal thing, maybe, or like a mix would be the fact that I want to know when I'm sitting here with people like this and whatnot, and we're having these discussional type shows, right? I want to know 2 weeks later, right? Like after the series is over, how we feel, right? Where are we at then? Do you know what I'm saying? Whatnot? Because I've mentioned before, we've done the ranking shows, right? At the end of the years, right? Of the MCU stuff and whatnot. And I hope to God I do. Like, that Kendra, that you, Andres, that you're able to be a part of, like, the ranking shows at, at the end of, this year, right? I do. Even, we usually do in 2 parts. And hopefully at least out of the one part, y'all will join us. Andres, you'll be there for both. I already know it. But I'm just fucking really mad. But you'll be there anyway. The ranking shows are fun. They're a blast.
Oh god.
They're fun. But you always talk about people having differences. That's what it bores out. But it's fun though. It's good. It's good talk, right, Kendra? You know, it's good. It's good contrast. It's good difference of opinion, and it's fun. It is. And when people come on the show and whatnot that give me a vibe that they don't like that, they're not down with all that and whatnot. Like they're not with that vibe and they don't like that contrast of opinion and whatnot. They actually don't like it. You know what I mean? Like they're, you know, like they actually, you know, then that's when they're not here anymore. Right. So, you know, because like I can't be having that. You feel me? You know, there you go. So, and when you think you trump the team, then yeah, you ain't gonna be a part of the team. So it's nice. It's interesting how those things happen. But no, at the end of the day, look, this stuff is tough, man. Like, I mean, fuck. When you rank this stuff, and then you go back 6 months later and you rank the shit again, you're gonna pick different shit, right? You go back to that first year with WandaVision, Falcon Winter Soldier, Loki, right? Hawkeye. I'm telling you, the movies that came out. If every 2 months you had to do those rankings, your ranking list would be different every fucking time. There's no way around it. Because we're human beings. Our lives change and adjust. Our emotions change. Things happen to us, right? You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, they do. People die, right? You know, sadly. You know what I mean? No, people get sick. You know what I'm saying? You know, thank God, I run into shorts of someone like Kel, you know, on a reel and whatnot, you know, hurting, you know what I mean, and whatnot, and having a hard time, and I'm there for a minute and able to be able to reach out to her and be like, hey, Kel, look, at the very least, I can feel proud and confident that over here at the Bleeding Edge, we've got a spot for you to come and whatnot, where maybe you might have a good time and meet some good people to where maybe you'll feel better at least, right? Or you know what I'm saying? It'll make you feel more positive about things. Maybe not. I don't know. But it's nice to be proud of that and be able to offer that to someone. You know, just like offering therapy like we had before, the Bleeding Edge therapy on Facebook, where women that have never been fucked properly, you know what I'm saying, or never been satisfied by men, right? We can offer them certain coaching and therapy sessions and whatnot. I can bring in a female assistant, you know, for a group session if need be, right? to make this.
I am not as easy to recruit as Andre.
Anyway,
call me. I wasn't easy either. So.
Anyways, I'm easy. Just folks, just ladies. I'm pretty easy. I've heard. I'm just kidding. No, I am a slut at times. I can be. But, no, it's okay though. I'm self-admitted. But no, I'm self-aware. But anyways, no. Look, it's tough because it really is. There's so many intrinsic aspects of all of this stuff.
Right.
I mean, these conversations are deep. And Andre's, man, you're going to see it gets tougher and tougher. If you haven't noticed already, when you start crossing over and actually reviewing other series at the same time, there are different tropes and shit like that and whatnot. I'm telling you, like I told you, Kendra, when you do 3 of them at the same time, you get fucked up, man. Like, it fucks you up. Like, I mean, seriously, you end up giving ratings for episodes of stuff and whatnot where you probably wouldn't give on a different day or different week if you weren't reviewing this show too.
I get that, but I think my opinion still stands.
No,
I think that when it comes to things that have very, very like hardcore canon, that at least pieces of that should be honored when you're going to make something of this caliber. And like Andre said, we don't even know if this portion of the wave is going to have any effect on anything else. So if there wasn't going to be a point in bringing it in, then there should at least be a point in making it. And for me, a really good point, aside from a good story, which I do think that this does deliver, but another reason would have been, if you're going to do Secret Invasion, then do fucking Secret Invasion. Otherwise, call it something else. Nick Fury's self-discovery journey, or, you know, Tales from the Skrull. I mean, I don't know, but call it something else instead of giving it the title of a story arc in which it has almost no basis.
For real, just query chat GDP real quick. I'm sure they could whip something. It'll whip something up for you. No,
Yeah.
but Andres, do tell me.
Yeah, I agree with Kendra.
What about the short attention span deal? No, go ahead. Say what you were going to say with Kendra.
Yeah. Because
and I'll drop what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Jeff. Like I agree with Kendra about that because this series was completely pointless for Nick Fury. Like we could easily just have him come back in the Marvels. Like, what was the purpose?
You're right. I don't get it either.
Yeah, like that was my thing watching this episode. I was like, okay, we revealed this thing that he had a wife. I was like, okay, I that's okay, cool, that's interesting, but what that means to him as a person, like I
forgot. I did at some point here. I forgot until just now. Literally, when you said that, Andres, I forgot. You know, I have that thing with me where I know when something's happening first time. I forgot somewhere around in here in this series, maybe episode 4 or 5. I forgot the whole point of this was supposed to be some sort of evolution for him.
Yeah, like
what happened? Where did it happen?
Yeah, because we were talking about how the blip changed him,
right,
and stuff like that. And then
I mean, if that was their idea, was to humanize Fury and to make us feel more, related to his character, so that way when something does happen, we feel more rather than him being a red shirt. Then kudos, you did achieve that.
Yeah.
Okay, but as he taught, and so he taught some shit to the president, but then the episode was only 38 minutes long or whatever the fuck.
Right.
So, like, I mean, what does that even fucking mean? Is he like a terrorist now?
Yeah. Is he still in trouble?
Is he going up to Saber right now to run Saber again? Does he still work for the? I don't understand.
Is he running away?
No, he's going to Saber.
No, I know, but I mean, that's what it feels like. He's just running away again.
Yeah. How can you talk that much shit to the president like that and then go run Saber?
Right. While you're leaving, Earth in absolute chaos, because as you've already seen, him making that, screw all aliens, all of them die, led to so much panic.
If the whole point, if where he fucked up as a man was he failed the Skrulls, right, or whatever, abandoned them and shit and whatnot, how is abandoning them again to a fucking massacre?
It feels like that's a bigger grievance.
Yeah.
Gravik got it wrong.
Yeah, that was weird. Like, I don't know. It was just really bizarre.
Those scenes of just random people getting shot and everything were disturbing.
Well, I mean, all it would have taken would have been maybe 30 to 45 seconds of a phone call, of a text, of an email, for him saying, hey, I'm going to go do these peace talks with the Kree to try and get the Skrull off of this world. Take care of the world while I'm gone. Just anything to anybody.
The thing with the president is coming on the news like that was just so rushed. I was like, what the fuck? Like, like seriously? Like,
it was so hardcore. Like,
I know. I'm like, how you got to set that up? You know what I mean? Well, not right. And then how can you? And again, you're talking here. For me to say use the word disturbed and not be talking about the band, when I'm somebody that does reaction videos to music and I'm talking about fucking aliens during it. You know what I'm saying? Before Secret Invasion, I was talking about fucking aliens. Like, I beat that shit to fury, right? You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Like, I mean, for me to find something disturbing is fucking rare. But like, this was just so odd. Out of nowhere, all of a sudden in the episode, there's just random fucking crazy violence, right?
Like they could have taken the trope of, I didn't listen to you, General, while you were trying to explain, the stay back and listen method. But now that I've seen how wrong I was, let's pay attention. No, we didn't go that route. We went to we're just gonna hit the oh shit button.
Yeah, not only that, but Thunderbolt Ross is a fucking hothead fucking maniac too.
Right.
So like, I don't understand.
It would have been a great moment to bring him in.
He's not Harry Osborn that can smooth talk and shit and whatnot and everything, and kind of like, it has the capability to like sell. You know what I'm saying? Like to sell some shit and like fake some shit. Fucking Thunderbolt Ross is like straight fucking worse than like the president there.
But we could have gotten like a meeting of the worlds, like of the world leaders, like we did earlier in this series, and it would have taken them maybe 30 seconds, 40. All of these are like 30 to a minute.
So what would
added the context we needed to see the process?
What would even occur at this point to even make Thunderbolt Ross the president?
Well, so here's the thing. This is why I want Thunderbolt Ross, because he has a reason to hate the enhanced people. Like, he's very power hungry.
No, that's my point, though. Wouldn't it make sense that they would set up a premise where there was a spot for him to come in that made sense?
I mean, I guess so. This is really tough. I question why like I don't know, like I think
Well, you know, wait, Andres, I'm sorry. You go ahead, but in reality, I should be fair.
yeah, like
In the MC universe, citizens and people don't know who Thunderbolt Ross really is. They don't.
yeah. So, well, I mean, he's a general secretary.
That's all they know, though. They don't know about the dark shit.
No, well, and they don't know about his involvement with the Incredible Hulk. And
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just true. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think you could have used Ross here, like I don't know, like that. Like I think it could have been nice if the president was a Skrull, and then that was the reason we got Ross here, and that he had to replace this president because we didn't. I don't think we got the vice president, right? Like, where's the vice president? All this
Isn't Ross higher up in the government?
Yes, he's a
than
secretary.
Rhodes.
Yes,
Okay.
he's a secretary of defense. Like that.
So
That's
why wasn't he there instead of that lady? Did we even get a name?
No, there's something else. I respond to this. It was funny. Yeah, the president saying funny about the shooting for like a pet. I was laughing so hard when the Skrulls was this guy said the reporter and he got shot like blank point. I was like, whoa! I did not expect that. Like crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like, there's the coherence is a little bit off with that stuff. I mean, a little bit like it just kind of it took the shine off of what was a wonderful and beautiful ending scene there, right? With Fury's wife,
yeah,
right when she finally, they went there and she finally did go into Skull form, and we did see what he'd do, right? It boiled down to it, whatnot. And I'm sorry, but like I feel like down the road, people are going to look back at this series, and they're going to react, and they're going to look back and say, "Wow, you know what? There was a really great love story in this."
Yeah.
You know what's really fucked up that we didn't bring up at all? None of us touched on Rava's death.
Yeah, it's true. Well,
yeah, but she had to die, though. I mean,
absolutely, but I'm just surprised that not
no way to
brought it up.
The president's so stupid. The only way to show him that that was a Skrull is to kill him.
Fair.
Yeah. Well,
right.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, I don't know. Like they didn't do a really good job of like the Skrulls being sympathetic. You know what I mean? Like, I think we should have seen more of the Skrulls having the good side and then the bad side. So stuff like that. I don't know. This for me, it reminds me so much of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Like the way they handled their political statement, and they were struggling to balance that with the action, and then the world building they were trying to do. Setting up Sam as the next Captain America. Which that's been an issue with all the Disney Plus.
But that got hurt big time. That got really hurt big time by everything that got thrown away, all this stuff they had to throw out because of the pandemic.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
it did really hard, right? Because they were going to go with a theme that had to do with a pandemic, right? That was going to be the deal.
Yeah, well, because our viewers,
a viral deal, yeah.
Viewers, if they don't know this, the Flashmaster's main villain plot was to use some nuclear weapon to use a visor or something like that, which they had to cut out because of the pandemic, as Jeff was talking about right now. And yeah, I'm curious what they cut out with this, because I saw certain things, like I want to remind people
they cut a lot. From what I understand, they cut a lot out of Falcon Winter Soldier. A lot.
Yeah, they did. Same thing here. Like there were shots from the trailer we didn't get. Like there was a scene where Gaia was over some body during that fight scene in the 4th episode where Talos died. I think that was where Gaia saw their dad, and like she was crying. I'm sorry, but you need that scene to see that she lost her father in that moment instead of the aftermath, because it just deflates so much of that like shocking death in episode 4. I don't know. Like Marvel always has this problem where they cut out certain scenes, and like those certain scenes are important to tell your story.
Right.
I get you're in strict running time, but
Why were they? I would love to have been in the room when that was discussed. Why did we have such a beautiful beginning, and then slowly but surely,
It
time
did.
was cut
I
away?
know. I didn't expect it either. You know what? I really didn't see it happening, Andres. We talked about this before. We've talked about this, the whole curse of this series, where like around episode 2, 3, or whatever, for whatever reason, sometimes they just go to shit. Right? They do.
This one wasn't like that though, because 3 was actually one of my favorite episodes.
No, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. It was 5. 5. Remember, that was the whole thing. It was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. When I got ready this morning to watch the episode, I was like, dang it, I really don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Because 5 left such a bad taste in my mouth. I was like, I don't even know if I care how it ends.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in the same boat.
I know, Andres. I know you. I mean, honestly, I was worried earlier when you were like, gotta get this show over with. Man. Can't wait to get this show over with.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, now, am I glad I watched it? Absolutely. It had its great moments. It really did. But, I mean, like, the fact that nobody brought up Brave's death, which was supposed to be some kind of pivotal character, it just strikes me. Like, the death scene itself was great because there was no mercy from Fury. It was great. It was
yeah.
But that's been the problem with me this entire series is some of these scenes that should have impact don't.
And was Grava also a part of the of Fury's squad of his assault team? You don't even know, right? Like they never said that. They never told us. And I remember she seemed to know everybody. She knew all the characters. So at that point, would it not lend towards that she was also a member of the Fury's cell, his Skrull team?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There was just so much that was left out. I mean, like you said, Andre, you have the context, but you don't have the subcontext that helps not only move the story along, but gives you an attachment to these characters that makes it that much better when these moments hit.
Yeah. That was my problem with the villain. It was also the same problem with Gaia as a character. Like, okay, like, what we're going to do with her and sewing it together, like, I guess she's going to fight.
I don't know, but I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I hope we get a sequel to that somewhere.
Right.
But again, like, I feel like this was, it's always a situation with the Disney Plus shows. There was way too many plot lines going on in this series. Like, you got the Nick Fury coming back, to himself again, storyline, and then you got this secret invasion, conspiracy theory, thriller, and then you got this like love story that we're trying to deal with Nick, which is.
I think I think that's one of the few storylines that, from beginning to end, I was completely fine with.
Yeah, I was fine with that too. Like I was going to say earlier when Jeff said it was a love story, I think you could make a love story series with Nick and like discovery that could have worked. I didn't want a problem with that. But
no.
again, it's like, okay, but why it was here? Like, why you needed that in this series? And because we're not going to see her in Marvels.
Having a romantic element, right, or a of some type or whatever, whatnot, is not a bad thing to throw into any film sometimes, right? If it works well and it fits, right, that it's not a bad thing to go with, right? I mean, and honestly, if anything, right, the MCU hasn't done so hot with some of that stuff sometimes. The whole thing with Hulk and fucking Black Widow with Age of Ultron and shit was stupid as fuck. Right, I mean, it didn't even do anything for anybody, for me anyway.
No, I hated it because, it got rid of Betty Ross. Like, Betty is always the love interest for Bruce, and I like Liv Tyler from the 2008 film, and I was kind of sad that they tried to do that. But yeah.
No, they totally make Hulk, and they make Bruce Banner a total pussy all the time and whatnot when he won't fucking have sex with women and whatnot in obvious situations where any dude would, right? Like, I'm afraid to go in the shower with you, Black Widow, even though you're fine as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, whatnot. Like, why? Okay.
or she cannot conceive, because of whatever Josh Whedon had to say about that. Ugh, it's awful.
Well, I mean, well, that's just depressing. I mean, that's actually really like, that was dark. But like, no, I'm just saying, like, I mean, that whole deal, like, I'm sorry, but like, let's be grounded here in this reality. What if a chick is like, yo, you could have joined me in the shower, right, or whatever, and whatnot, all this shit, and you're like, you're afraid and whatever, and whatnot, you won't go in there. Something's wrong, right? Like, I can't. I'm just. That's not how it all played out, or whatever, whatnot, right? But I'm just saying, like, we haven't had a ton of like big, massive relationships between people, and we haven't had big, big long-term relationships really in the MCU. We've had Pepper and Tony, right? That people loved, of course. Why not? Why wouldn't they? Right? We had Thor, right? And we had Jane that worked pretty well for a while, and then Love and Thunder came out. God damn it. Fuck.
I see. That was no. That was rocky since Thor: The Dark World. I thought Love and Thunder was like they actually made that work compared to Thor: The Dark World. But that's my opinion. I mean, Thor: The Dark World is the worst. But I don't like Love and Thunder. But I thought that was the one good aspect that they handled. But
well, we had Wanda, we had Vision, right?
Yeah.
Which beautiful in WandaVision, beautiful, right? That whole concept itself, right? That ending, oh my God, talk about heartbreaking, man, heart wrenching and shit and whatnot.
Yeah,
that was some deep shit, man. Knowing that was literally her memories of him protected, right? And that he had his own, had free will. You know what I mean? Whatnot? As in that state, it's deep. This shit's deep, yo. You know what I'm saying? And like they still loved each other and shit and whatnot. Like she was able to like create a version of him that still felt love. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit's insane. It's deep, man. Like beyond having superpowers. That's deep stuff. And like it's magical and heartbreaking in a way. Right? That finale of the WandaVision, at least that part for me was just unbelievable. And like really heart-wrenching. The twins disappearing is whatever. But losing Vision like that was fucking deep. Seriously. There were people crying during the fucking the Infinity War trailers and shit and whatnot when they were seeing him laying there on the ground with fucking what's his name from the from Thanos' crew.
Black Hand.
Yeah, trying to dig the stone out of his head, right? There are people in you go back and watch the trailer reactions to that shit. There's women like sobbing, you know what I mean, with that, and like shaking and shit during that. Dudes too. Andres, you're even the one crying.
We haven't met, so you didn't know that.
No.
All right, let's get into like Doctor Strange and Christy Plummer. I mean, that was a good relationship.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
It was decent. I just wish they spent more time with that.
Yeah, they kind of forced it a little bit there in Multiverse of Madness, I thought. Right? We had, of course, we had the Howard the Duck, right? And what's her name? From Two Broke Girls, Darcy. We had Darcy and Howard the Duck from What If.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember What If, so we can skip that. Anyway.
Well, Howard the Duck got that shit real quick.
I mean, it is Howard the Duck. He is a professional.
I'm jealous.
What about the Kia and Black Panther? I actually like that relationship. That was really I wish we spent more time with that because I really like those two. They're probably the best mature couple we had in that season. Yeah,
then we had Korg and whoever dude that the rock dude was or whatever whatnot.
Anyway, I think we could turn to switch to romance to something else. Well, so my question is how important is the series going to be for the phases moving forward? Because I say before, this should have been a movie, or it should have been the next Avenger thing to be this important. You don't have to copy the comic. You couldn't make it this Avengers Winter Soldier type. With Nick Fury, as the main protagonist. I think you could have done that and make Secret Wars be multiverse and whatnot. But I find it very bizarre that we use this story as this for to I don't know, like to bring back Nick Fury or try to do more things for the scrolls for Fantastic Four. Like, what was the purpose of the series, and what's its placement for the future? Because like there's not a lot of options to piggyback the open ended storylines we left off. It's like you have to create a new show to address this.
Kendra, do you still believe that we're working off of the whole Feige like deal where like everything is planned 6 years ahead and everything and whatnot, and this has all been planned and everything and whatnot? And this is where they were going to go, right? Are we at a point? I've never questioned it. I've assumed that that's still the formula and that's where we're at. Is like he's got the whole deal with the whole fucking joke where he's got the board, he's got the like I have, he's got he's got the dry erase that's like 50 feet by 50 feet wide in his office and whatnot, and there's all these arrows and shit and whatnot, everything to these titles and whatnot and stories from the comic books and whatnot, and that's how it's all it's like a joke and whatnot. But still, do you still believe that that's what's going on, that is still being occurring or whatnot? Because I mean, at the minute that they went ahead and started doing the TV series, I knew at least instantly that meant that they'd have to start actually making adjustments and making changes and doing things in real time based off of actual reaction in real life. Right.
I mean, I don't really know. I mean, they still, obviously their PR and their campaigns, I mean, they still throw it out there as though everything is all connected, or that everything is leading to certain points, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I have such a stringent like comparison to put it against, but if I had to equate my displeasure, it's going to be because of Frank Miller's Sin City. It is possible to take a comic book that is deep and is meaningful and bring it to life, especially with the budget they had, especially with the advancements in technology, especially with the cast that they had. I mean, yes, it would have cost them more to get more people into the show, but you could have alluded to things. There could have been just moments of cameo. There could have been flashbacks. I just think that I come from a spoiled age because I came from, some of the greatest comic book movies, and I know you guys are in the same boat. We've seen it done where it does justice to a story arc or to a comic book where that's the main focus instead of it being something being originally written. And it just really bugs me.
I know, and I'll tell you,
Look, I love it, but I don't.
I haven't actually had a chance to meet with my meetup group of comic book collectors and whatnot, and comic book shop owners from up in like the northern Ocala, Orlando part of Florida, because they shifted everything to Discord, right? From Zoom or whatever and whatnot. And I just I don't know how to navigate Discord very well, right? And so I've got to just get on there and whatnot, and get in there, and go on there. I don't even know what they think about Secret Invasion or what their thoughts are, and it's gonna be interesting. It is to go in there finally in one of the meetings and whatnot, and pop that question from everybody and see what the fuck they say, right?
Well, it's just because I mean I know it's separate. I know it's different. I know it's not the same story. I know it's different, but at the same time, certain things should be the same. And one of the favorite things for me was that in the comic series, they had it set up to where Elektra was the first one to be found out, which was fucking genius. Because when they found out, she was perfect. There was no way to determine whether, until she died, obviously, there was no way to determine. There were no tests that were available at that point in order for them to know the difference between her and a human being. And it was so just that alone, where you had to call in the greatest minds that Earth has to offer, that alone set so much of a tone with me that I didn't get with this. And it would have been so nice to have gotten that. because it was just one of those things where it automatically set you up with this kind of anxious feeling like, oh my gosh, if someone who is this well known as a character was not who they were the entire time, who else? And that was something that I really hoped that we were going to get with this. And I don't feel like we really had any moments where it wasn't predictable who was a Skrull.
Yeah. It didn't deliver that. Like Winter Soldier, I think I brought this up either in my podcast this week, that I say Winter Soldier did this better than Secret Agent. Like I brought up the Senator Hole or whoever, Stern, Senator Stern from Iron Man 2, to my co-host, that when he popped up again with Soldier, it was, I was like, oh yeah, the guy from Iron Man 2, and then when he say Hell Hydra, it was a big deal because, oh my god, now it added layers, and it was like, the show did not do that. Like,
right.
it'd be kind of cool to see that maybe Rhodey, this version of Rhodey, maybe help to like do like conflict the Civil War, maybe, and Captain America Civil War, maybe to do the ties, or maybe, I don't know, whatnot, like something like that. And I also want to bring up Travis' comment about how, like, this is what I was saying. Like, I wanted the actual theory to be confronting Gravik. I like the idea that maybe giving Fury powers could have been awesome, because that could have been a great transformation, because he's using all the powers that he unite the heroes since the Avengers. That could have been a great symbolic image of Nick Fury, evolving as a person. Like, that's what I thought about this series, because I thought Nick was going to be evolving into this new person, because of what happened to him and all that. But we didn't get that.
No, and I mean, while we got some emotional, like, I mean, and I stand by it. I stand by the love story actually humanized Fury in a way that we haven't actually seen him.
Yeah.
I really feel like they could have even pushed that growth further. I mean, we didn't get to see any of the reaction to to Maria's death. We didn't, or Mariah, however you want to pronounce it.
Yes.
We didn't see anything really for that, even with the scene with her mom. I mean, and then after that with Talos, I mean, this was somebody that you were friends with for how long? I mean, and not just like surface level friends, but like, trauma bond level friendship where it's do or die. This man died in front of you, and we got not even a reaction, not even a wince, not even a small brief narrative in the very next episode where he's saying goodbye. We get nothing.
No.
We get more from his wife, from Vara, and from Gaia than we do from Fury. So I don't feel like they really could have, they could have pushed that a lot farther. If that's what your goal was.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just kicked my desk. If that's what your goal was to humanize Fury and to get us, emotionally invested in this man as a character, aside from the fact that it's Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah.
But to get us emotionally invested so that way when something bad does happen, you kind, I mean, there were reports where, you did achieve that, but you could have gone so much further.
Yeah. And like, because I think, was it even Rico or someone in this group brought up that this series could have been the thing that makes Nick Fury bring back the Avengers in King Dynasty and Secret Wars.
I brought it up.
Okay, you did it. Yeah. So I'm sorry, Jeff.
No, it's okay. Anybody could have, but it's happened to be me. That's all. Everyone has called something out that was great.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it was someone in the script. I remember that, and I remember that. I thought, oh, that'd be kind of neat, because because he wasn't there for Infinity War and Endgame, and discussing the blip and all that. Which that was the part I liked about this series, was discussing the blip and how it affected people.
Right.
That was something I liked about in WandaVision. That's what I liked about in a little bit in Falcon Winter Soldier, but they didn't go too far with it. That was my problem with that show. But then after that, it was just like I get Loki. They didn't discuss that because they were doing something different. That was fine. I get that. They did it successfully. But then the other shows, we didn't discuss that at all. Like even Miss Marvel, which I really like, didn't discuss the blip and all that. So it was neat to go back to that topic. but they totally forgot about that. They dropped it because they were dealing with other things, you know. Oh,
Travis, you're cracking me up over here. I'm glad
she's the one where Gravik was holding Fairy down, saying, "You'll be dust just like the rest of them." Yes, it was so like 80s cartoon villain dialogue, like Megatron saying that to Optimus Prime. Oh, Optimus Prime, you'll be dusted with all the people.
Well, look, folks, I'm going to bust the trailer off, as I was just talking about with Kendra and Andres in the private chat. I'm going to play one of the Secret Invasion trailers, just to give us something to visually look at and whatnot, to kind of remind us what we thought we were getting, I guess, maybe before the series came out. And, you know, just to kind of wrap up the show, I thought, well, look at the trailer and kind of just end things with a question of kind of like, okay, where were you guys at this point? You know, what were you imagining? Maybe try, if you can, try to imagine what you thought we'd get, sort of, compared to what we actually ended up with, right? And see if how actually visualizing and seeing the trailer, having something to look at, might affect, you know, sort of the way we see things. I don't know. Plus, at the same time, too, it'll give everybody a chance to pee or smoke or go to, you know, get something to eat or whatever, which is always good.
Yeah.
Andres, you can go work on one of your 17 podcasts for a minute.
I just finished one project. I'm so happy. Now I already finished it while we were doing this whole podcast, folks.
I'm not surprised, brother. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. But hey, just briefly, happy 10th anniversary for the Wolverine. I mean, yesterday. Great secondary solo film for Wolverine. I know it's not Logan, but it's a good film. Check it out.
Don't tell anybody, but I haven't seen Logan.
For years, you've been avoiding Earth. I have called for your help plenty of other times, and you've been pretty content to let those calls go straight to voicemail.
Yeah, well, this is different. How much do you know about your security detail?
What do you mean, how much do I know about him?
Fury, we're gonna be very careful now.
You're in no shape for this fight that lies before us.
This is just the beginning.
This is my war alone. And I'm the last person standing between them and what they really want. And what is that?
Oh God. Really?
Where is everybody? Locked away. Looks like it's just you and me, Fury. All our pills. That's a shame, isn't it? No more protection for you. How about a drink instead?
I wouldn't say no.
Yeah. There you go. To the last stand of the great Nick Fury.
I like this. like how Jeff just cannot deny his mistake and showing some of it. Funny. Oh my god. Yeah.
Watching those made me so much madder.
Yep. Oh my god, the first trailer. I think everyone was discussing this like in the community. That like the trailer, like everyone was getting Winter Soldier vibes, and I was like, oh yeah. So I thought this was like had a lot of potential, but nope, it didn't happen.
No, I just like even just Fury being like, "This is my war and I have to do it," and him having so much passion and you loving him in that moment, and then but for what? Like, yes, he gave up that control, that sense of control to let Gaia go after Gravik, but it didn't mean anything.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Like, okay, so like, oh my god,
The music in the trailers is fucking good, man. Good music.
Yeah.
Right? Seriously, man. You want to talk about like good spy music or whatever, like good, like, you know, like espionage or whatever, like sort of, you know, like I'm sorry, but like the fucking music and they kill it with the music of these trailers is so fucking good, man.
Yeah,
seriously, it's like adapted perfectly right to like what the show is supposed to be and everything.
Yeah. I mean, Disney's marketing team like are really good at marketing their films or shows.
Oh, the score of the series was great too. We never talked about that, but the score was good.
Yeah.
I really liked it. I like how it was very ominous and, you know, very like it was a good score, but I think it should have been more noticeable.
Yes, I need to see Logan. I'm very aware. All right, I need to finish Daredevil. Okay, I need to finish. I haven't watched The Punisher. Okay, I haven't watched The Defenders. I haven't watched. I only watched half of the New Mutants. And I gotta watch it. I actually did. I thought it was okay. Maybe I guess the other half must be horrible or whatever. I don't know. Everybody else said it was horrible. I thought the other half was okay. And I never watched Luke Cage. There you go. I got a long list. That's right. I'll admit it. So I'm not. True Knowledge is not on spot and tightened up. It should be. You should watch all this shit by now. I have not. I'm trying though. I'm halfway through Daredevil's second season. Not really with Electra at all.
Yeah. Okay. Like you need to get to season 3. Season 3 is the best. Like it. Like come on. Like
how can you be better than season 1 though?
Well, I mean that's up to you, but like I like season because it adapts. Well, season 3 adapts Born Again, the very famous storyline for Frank Miller, and they really do adapt that storyline well to a T. Like they bring in Matt's mom in the storyline. They bring in Bullseye, one of the Daredevils, you know, like and the actor that plays Bullseye in that show is great, and the way Kingpin uses him is really dark, and it's just, you know, and then, you know, Matt as a hero, like, you know, him suffering and him trying to get back to the swing of things, it's like great, you know. That's the thing, like this show could have been Born Again for Nick Fury. You think about it, him getting back to the swing of things, you know, and be Nick again, just like how Matt has to take the Daredevil mental back again, you know, like the image of him wearing back the black, you know, mask and suit, you know, from first season. It's a good reason he's doing that, because he's back as Daredevil, you know, where it started. This show just did not do that, and I talked to my host, and I said before, why they couldn't just make a Nick Fury show, just Nick Fury Agent of Shield, you know,
right?
And or I say before, it was a mistake for Marvel to get rid of Shield after Winter Soldier, because they didn't do anything with the whole Hydra, you know, outbreak at all after Age of Ultron. Like I was surprised how Age of Ultron like cover all that storyline. You know, if you didn't see Agents of Shield, which I had, and it's a great show, I recommend watching Agents of Shield. But I don't know. I think it was a mistake. You know, making Nick Fury without shield. But I mean, I'm.
I mean, it almost feels like it's a shoehorn effect because it feels like they're just taking advantage of the fact that, hey, you know what just happened? This huge event in the Marvel Universe where we had the blip happen. And what better way to infiltrate a planet or to,
Yeah.
find new identities than during a time where the world is in chaos?
Well,
That's a story we could utilize.
Well, look, I mean, the roads thing on its own, right, is something that has to ripple further down the road. Like, there's no way that doesn't get. That has to be discussed. There has to be things that come off that, right? Like,
Right.
so
His boy couldn't walk. I mean, you saw all the other people walking out that building. They were fine. And most of them had to have been there for quite some time. Rhodey couldn't walk. So how long have they had Rhodey?
Yeah. And the question is it after Civil War or is it after Endgame? Like, that's the other thing. It's like, how long? Like,
how did he look? I didn't notice. How did he look from a standpoint of like his weight? Did he and his muscularity?
He looked emaciated.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, they're definite skinny and weak.
Yeah. It was really tough to see that. Like, I just know he was paralyzed and like, okay, he couldn't walk and like the two guys were holding him. So it was like, okay, he's still paralyzed. So it's like it's after Civil War. I don't know. I'm curious what Armor Wars gonna do to address this because that's the next thing we're gonna see him in, and that's gonna be the movie, which I'm kind of happy because Armor Wars is a big storyline.
Now, what Tony did for Rhodes wasn't it? So didn't he basically surgically insert a device that isn't that how he was able to regain his mobility?
Yeah, he created like a bracelet, like a bracelet.
Was it external or was it internal?
And no, external, not internal.
Okay, it was external. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why at that point he would be paralyzed. It would not be able to walk at that point.
Yeah. We seen that in Civil War. We seen that in Infinity War. Yeah. We'll see.
No, I mean, hey, look, I mean, the scrolls in the comics can mimic, like, again, the comic scrolls. Now, again, War Machine doesn't have powers. He just wears a suit like Tony, right? He's like Iron Man B, his Iron Man co-host. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, right? So, like at that point, there'd be nothing really for a Skrull to have to necessarily inherit, I guess. They'd have to, but then again, they'd have to operate the armor, right? And that's something where Rico pointed out and whatnot was the element of the fact that in Secret Invasion in the comics, those Skrulls would actually literally forget who they were and actually think that they were the fucking human host.
Right.
Like that trope itself, if they could have somehow done that, somehow added that into the series in any way, or
I don't remember what her name is, but you remember that meeting? I think it was either the second or third episode where Gravik goes before the Skrull Council.
Yes.
And you have the one leader who says, no.
Yeah.
I don't want that. She would have been a perfect example to utilize for that type of trope.
Yeah, it could work because she was helping Talos too, so it made perfect sense.
I mean, she could have been utilized in that. Any of them really could have. But look what happened when they tried to insert a trope that they didn't flush all the way through with Beto, where you had the story of following a brand new, recruit into the Rebel Skrull. We barely got to touch on his story. We got to see little important moments like, him seeing what they actually were doing, what the results of being a traitor were. I mean, you had those pivotal moments that you would want in a story arc, but we didn't get any time with him. So when he died, yes, it was shocking because it was just right there and in your face, but it didn't mean anything.
Well, you can't blame the writers, right? Because
I don't necessarily blame the writers.
Nobody can, I don't think, because I mean it's not their fault, right? That they were only given 38-minute episodes instead of an hour.
Right, but I feel like I need to make a drinking game at this point because it feels like my continued mantra is, but it wasn't important and it should have been.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Felt far more impactful.
Yeah, Yeah, I agree, Kendra, because the kid was like so unnecessary. It's like it's always the typical thing. Oh, we have to have the outsider seeing this,
Right.
at first, glance, of this like perfect plan that they will help the race and all that, and then of course
Right.
he realized this person is going in the very radical and horrible direction and all that. And it's
Right, and
like,
then making that last second, oh, I don't want this anymore type of situation, and it works. It is a story that could have absolutely been a great one to witness.
Yeah.
But for what we got, I really feel like they could have removed that character entirely. I could have had just another face in the crowd, and they could have devoted that time to somebody else's story to make it more complete.
And don't forget, though, at the same time, and see, this is something that I didn't even think about either until just now. But okay, when I went to see Endgame, right, the first time, my ex girlfriend Alex went with me, right? She has autism, she has Asperger's, and she grew up in Alaska with parents that didn't let her watch TV that was
Right.
like beyond Disney, like Disney cartoon type stuff. Like she wasn't allowed to watch anything beyond that rating, like G or whatever, right? So, like, her first experience with all she knew about the MCU was she watched like a little bit of the first Thor film. She said, I think. But we went to see Endgame, right? And the Russo brothers did such a great job, right? Marvel Studios did such a great job with Endgame of something they've done well with a lot of the MCU films, which is incorporate a dynamic and aspect to the storyline and the writing to where a person could walk in, watch fucking Endgame as their first Marvel film, and yet still have a pretty good idea what the fuck was going on, right? Like literally, Alice knew. I asked her a couple times through the film. I'm like, of course, I did give her sort of a summary to give her some context before we went to the film. But I'm just talking about I just bullshit with her. Hey, this is who Thor is. This is who Captain America is. She didn't know, right? I'm like, just so you know, that's the deal. So, but I asked her like once or twice. I'm like, do you really? Because she was emotional. She cried. She was crying when Black Widow died. She cried. When Tony died, she cried, right? I'm like, do you understand? You get the gist of like, I'm a content creator at that point. I am. So I'm like, I'm asking her, I'm like, do you understand what's going on right now? Do you really get a good sense of that? What the deal is of the story of this movie? She's like, yeah, I do. She said, I get it. It's pretty much, and I agree. I don't think she was bullshitting. That ability to do that, to convey that, where you can be that person, come into that movie. And buy into the MCU right from there, from jump, and understand it and get it. They're still trying to do that. So in Secret Invasion, that's in place. They wanted that in the series. There's a spot in there with the writing, where everything, where there is that mantra somewhere in that playbook where it's like, hey, you know what? This has to be digestible to where this can still try to make us be able to make people still subscribe to the fucking Disney Plus platform.
Right.
100%
understood. 100% understood. And understand that I get fully that somebody out there is going to absolutely fall in love with this show because of this being an unbiased dip into the Marvel pool where these stories will be more impactful. But for me, and in my own personal opinions, there were moments where it faltered to connect to the audience the way I feel like it could have, and could have made the story that was given to us in the comic books that much more impactful. So my critiques are really, really super nitty gritty, but they're ones that I have to look at as my own personal opinion.
Yeah.
But I truly believe that what my beginning question was, do you feel like this would be approachable without having to have comic knowledge? And I do feel like they do that.
Yep. That's
so
my
for
point.
someone just coming into it and watching it without even knowing that Secret Invasion was based on a comic book arc, yes, absolutely fall in love with it. Chef's kiss, enjoy. But for those who do know what it's based on, it feels like it's a disservice because of all the things that we potentially lose by not following that story. At least in my opinion.
Well, yeah. So you brought up that it's accessible. I think it's the other way around. If you're a big MCU fan, seeing your characters you like Agent Hill and Talos, and being killed off like this in a very just like non-meaningful thing that it doesn't affect your character, then you are like alienating your audience like that, and I'm seeing that.
That's true as well.
Yeah, so I don't think it's the problem that it's based on a comic book. It's really the choices that the showrunners did. I felt their choices were like initially okay. I'm going with you, but then after this series, I'm like, okay, you didn't have to do that. Like it
Right.
wasn't in your favor of the story, like your story at all. Like it didn't affect your protagonist, as you were saying, Kendra. Like no
Right.
emotions, and like, so why kill off these two major characters that people really like? That's
Right.
like it's like a sitcom. Like, you know, when you get rid of this one person that people like, people are gonna complain, and like that's what Zigguration did. Like I was shocked that they kill off Hill and then kill off Talos like that in this series. You know, I thought it was like Hill. Okay, I kind of get it, but then after Talos, I was like, okay, you're crossing the line. They crossed the line completely.
Right. See, and that's another way to look at it. And I love that perspective because for me, it's not even really about the fact that it detracts from the comic. It's just that myself personally, I'm bitter about not getting to see the Illuminati yet. I'm still having to wait because I want that. I want it so freaking bad, but it'll happen. But I mean, you're right. You have an affinity to these characters, even just watching them through the movies or through the TV series. And for that to be how they go, and in such a meaningless way where it's not as impactful as it should have been, it's like, but why do that?
Well, they also take into consideration too that at the point they decided to do the TV series, there was no way for there ever to be the same level of connective tissue in the Marvel Cinematic Universe again. The minute that they went into the TV realm, right? I knew that. I did. I'm sorry, but I won't. I'm not trying to be arrogant or whatever, bragging here or whatever. But I talked about this before WandaVision even came out. And Falcon Winter Soldier even came out. I said that just to be clear, folks, like, you know, when they start dropping this stuff, it's going to affect the overall dynamic, right, of the MCU. It's going to affect the fabric of like what some of the most consistent aspects of what people love about the MCU are not going to be the same. It's just not possible because once you add in the TV series and you have episodical TV coming out on a week-to-week basis, it's going to change that up and whatnot. There's no way to you're broadening things so much, right? It was so much to work with. You're expanding your universe so much.
Well, not only that, but you have the same actors coming from the big screen to the small screen.
Yes.
So there's not really a chance to divide that because you're seeing the same people that you already know and love.
And then you start to devalue secondary characters, right?
They become red shirts.
Yeah, no, seriously though, they become devalued almost. Like secondary characters, where in the films they could be more pivotal, more valuable, really stand out or shine, due to the fact that all we had was the films. You still throw the Disney Plus series in there. Now you got to start making decisions,
right?
With characters like you mentioned earlier and whatnot, where you have to say, wait a minute, do we want to kind of like dumb down this character a little bit and whatnot? Because if we let this go full throttle, this actor or actress is killing this shit, right? Like they're gonna outshine fucking Nick Fury, or they're gonna outshine. You know, you get what I'm saying. You get where I'm going with this. Like this would go against the grain of what we want down the road to work here. Like we don't need this person to stand out in the series like this. This is how they have to view this stuff,
right?
Yeah.
And again, it affects the movies too. It does. At that point, that it becomes almost bad connective tissue, right? You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, that sort of fact that think about it. It's a contradictive type of tissue. That's connective. When all of a sudden you're getting what you love in a different way or form, right? That does things differently for you. It's entertaining you differently, right? You're going against the formula that worked perfectly, that did something historic, record setting, in that cinematic history. I love WandaVision. I would never want it to not exist. I love the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I love Loki. I'm still never getting season 2, and we're reviewing it. Thank you, God. Can't wait. It'll be a blast. But at the same time, though, I just have I'm in a place where I feel like right now, it's not the movies that are really the issue. I think it's the series. And you guys can tell me what you should think about that. I know I'm getting more deep and like I'm getting more into like the whole phases and whatnot and like the whole MCU. I don't think Secret Invasion is highly connected to this. This is quality TV, I think. It is to me. This is quality.
Though it could have been. It could have easily been connected, and here's why. I mean, not only, like I said, the blip earlier, which that doesn't play into my theory at all, but you could have done it to where we've already seen in She-Hulk where Hulk now has a son. And
I know.
That door.
It was George from Seinfeld.
I know. But you already have that doorway open. With Secret Invasion, you could have done the whole lead-up story to how it happened. Because you could have led up to World War Hulk, and that would have been so wonderful to see play out. And you have all of the pieces perfectly laid to do it, but you didn't take advantage of Secret Invasion. Because Secret Invasion would have introduced the Illuminati. The Illuminati would have introduced World War Hulk. And you've already got the sun, so we've already opened the doorway for people to want to know what the story is.
Yeah.
I'm bitter.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. or the kid remind me of Kramer. So if everyone is confused, that's Kramer from Seinfeld.
Kramer, that's right. Mr. Michael Richardson, who was the UHF with Weird Al that we just reviewed a couple weeks ago.
Yes, that's true.
That was when he was playing Kramer, actually, too. To tell you, I didn't realize that, but that was right when Seinfeld first started, like 88.
Yeah, 89. 89. Yeah. Titled Seinfeld Chronicles.
Talk about a great series, man.
Oh, I love Seinfeld. It's a great series.
Hey, listen, I'm telling you right now. You tell me, Andres. They set they basically set Sonya up to be another version of Bale.
Yeah, I guess so.
I love Sonya.
Yeah, Sonya's great. I initially with the Disney Plus shows, I was very excited because we were gonna expand on these very undeveloped characters like Wanda and Vision, and then Falcon, and then Loki. Loki was always that character we always wanted to have a movie or something, which would happen. And that was the fun part with the first half. But then it was like the second half, we were introducing these newer characters that we didn't know, and they were less connected to the universe. And that was becoming a problem because now we know we're doing the multiverse of it. But back then we didn't know where we're going initially, we know Loki was dealing multiverse. We didn't know Phase 5, 6 yet. So we didn't know where we were going. So Phase 4 was very directionlessness, and so that really hurt them. But then I think, Jeff, you're hitting the good point. I think these Disney Plus shows are hurting those kind of these movies are not longer event movies for people to go because of what happened with the pandemic. Because
the consistency of the quality has gone downwards. I'm sorry, it has, and I believe that the TV series has had a heavy effect on that.
Yeah, but realistically, because of the pandemic, people are being trained, particularly with the Disney products, that you can wait and watch this Disney Plus, and that's a big issue now with the MCU with the movies. So, that's why this year Disney is having not a good year in the box office.
Well, the economy's not good either.
Some studios have successfully worked their way of functioning in these movies. Barbie, the Barbenheimer thing. Come on, you didn't tell me Barbie and Oppenheimer is going to be the huge box office hits over Indiana Jones, The Flash, a Pixar film. That's insane. That's crazy. I cannot believe it.
I still want to make sure I understand this. Oppenheimer broke the record for the biggest box office over the course of a weekend ever.
Yeah, well, for a rated R film. like it played like a comic book rated R film, like Joker and.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you. I needed that wrinkle because I was
No. I'm sorry. Yeah. Barbie played at like a more summer blockbuster because that was PG-13. But I mean, Marvel is hurting because of how Disney has trained their consumers that they can wait to see these products in the Disney Plus streaming service, and so that's hurting them. And with the Disney Plus shows, for me, it goes back that like how important you need to watch this, like. With Doctor Strange too, like you saw WandaVision. WandaVision was a big hit, so like there was no worries there. But I think we're gonna get the answer with the Marvels because the Marvels we're gonna have Monica coming back. Okay, she's in the WandaVision, but come on, like do people like? Let's be honest. So, like, did Monica make an impression for people? Like a lot of people talked about Elizabeth Olsen, her performance, and like Vision, and like. Those two characters because those are the characters we care about because we know them. Monica was a kid in Captain Marvel and people don't like Captain Marvel the movie, so it was gonna be hard for them to remember. But she was a good character. I'm just saying how the
Paris killed it. She killed it in that series.
Yeah, she is, and she was great. And then you got Miss Marvel, where it was the lowest watched series of any of the.
I know it was really good too. It was solid.
Yeah, so I'm curious, like how it's going to affect the Marvel's box office and all that, because at this point, I think Marvel just needs to stop doing these Plus shows.
No, and also take into consideration too that, again, I'm a content creator that reviews TV shows all the fucking time, constantly. It's all I do, right? I reviewed The Last of Us. I reviewed Andor. I reviewed shit that fucking look. Let's be honest here. If you go on YouTube right now and look, anybody with a brain that saw these shows, unless they've got a personal bias, like with the video game versus The Last of Us, no matter what they gave you in the series, they're gonna hate it. Type deal, right? The Last of Us fucking blew me away, man. Like it straight blew me the fuck away. All right, and like honestly, when I reviewed that and when I reviewed like Andor, I was hurting personally, like medically and everything. My insomnia was so bad, I was hurting, man. My quality of life was so fucking bad. I don't even know. I think most people. I don't even know how most people would have even been able to struggle, would have been able to handle what I was living with, and do the shows I was doing and whatnot. I was scraping myself out of the bed to moderate a show and whatnot, and then going back in bed. Right, like that was my life at that point. You know what I'm saying? So like at that point in that fucking haze and whatnot of shitty negativity crap, and staying awake for days at a time just to make sure I didn't let anybody down. You know what I mean? Or cyber down, or any of the guests down, or creators down, or whatnot, or my parents down, or whoever down. To find anything positive out of reviewing a TV show and be pulled the fuck away by it, it's hard, I think. And so that's how goddamn good Andrew. That's how goddamn good The Last of Us was to me, right? At the same time, though, I've been reviewing Disney Plus series over and over and over again, right? And then I did Willow, man. You know what I'm saying? Where I had to have cyanide fucking capsules in my pocket for like the last couple episodes and whatnot, just in case I could kill myself, possibly, like during the reviews. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Cyber, I had to fuck with you on that one. Anyways, no, but like, I'm sorry, but like, there's no way for me personally. I Okay, that was intense. But it gave me a second win though. So it was almost like it was like an audio version of what it's like to smoke crack in a way. Right? So thank you, Andres. I'm just assuming that was a gift from you. Anyway.
That was all on you, buddy.
Okay, all right. It could have been. No, it could have been. But no, I do think that like with Andres, I think that it'll be fun down the road, Andres, to talk to you about your view on certain series and whatnot that we cover. Once we hit a series that kicks your ass, right? And you're like, fuck, man. You know what I'm saying? This shit is unbelievable. This shit is so good. This actress is so goddamn good. Or this actor is so good. Like, holy fuck. Right? Like, I'm sorry, but like once that happens to you a couple times with these series, you start to look at other stuff differently. Right? Your lens. when you review Marvel stuff starts to get affected a little bit. It does. I'm never going to disconnect from the comics. I care about comic book accuracy, but at the end of the day, I want to be entertained, right? I do. Television series, movies are supposed to be entertainment for us so that we can be distracted, right? And let go and release it and and be able to not be stressed and not have to worry about our problems in life. And I don't, the idea of like the MCU or the Marvel Cinematic Universe ever becoming something that's not positive and not, good for us to enjoy and whatnot and everything, it makes me sad. And I like Secret Invasion. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't. And it scares me a little bit and whatnot, the lack of connectivity at times in the MCU. Like Mike Andre said, things are fucked up right now, right? We don't even know what's going to come out next year, Disney Plus series-wise.
No.
We don't. We know Daredevil Born Again's coming out.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. If they stick well, that's another thing we have to discuss is the Avengers film, the Kane actor, Jonathan Majors. Like, is Marvel gonna, replace him or not? If you've been paying attention to his,
The 3 hour and 25 minute and 17-second mark is typically not a good time to have the conversation about the legal matters that Jonathan Majors is facing right now, which I think they're bullshit, personally, to tell you the truth. Andres, we discussed that. But Kendra, since Andres did bring it up, what do you think about Jonathan Majors' situation?
I think that I don't know enough to speak about it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Andres, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I just hope it heads in a good direction because Marvel spent, they really are investing on Kane as the next big bad, So I'm kind of curious what's going to happen, if they're going to course correct or change up their plans, whatnot, because, at the moment we don't know too much about the trial or all that. It's been very quiet. We just know. I just know if the trial is happening now or it's going to happen in August.
The media is overhyping the whole thing. Honestly, he has no criminal record at all. Even if he was found guilty to the charges that he has right now, he would not do time or anything like that. Would not. No, that would never. Nope.
It depends.
Nope. No, it's illegal. This happened in New York, right? I believe.
Well, yes, but the problem is there was more victims came forward. That's the issue.
Yeah, they're already gone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, okay, that's confirmed. Okay, but still, we'll see.
That always happens. Whenever a star gets in trouble like this, what happens? Right? If anything gets stuck with any of that and whatnot, we already would have heard about it, right? I'm telling you right now, the media is overblowing the thing just for effect, just to eat, right? Just for clicks. At the end of the day, we don't. Again, I'm the same way you, Kendra. I don't know what happened, right? In all reality, but Andres and I have probably know a little bit more about this. Maybe follow it more, and these charges look like bullshit. This woman's story has already changed 3 times. That's not normal. Her finger unbroke somehow. Maybe she's a Skrull.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe.
Maybe she's a super Skrull and she used extremis to unbreak her finger.
Yeah.
No, I don't know Jonathan Majors personally, but I've been told by other people, and I've seen him in interviews and whatnot, and he seems like a very timid, decent person. He's big, but he doesn't seem like a Andre's right, like a super masculine, violent guy. I don't get that vibe from him when he talks. He seems like an intelligent, measured, if anything, he's kind of a nerd.
Yeah, I think it seems fine. We'll see. We don't know too much about it. Hopefully it ends well, at least he can still play Kane. Because he was the best thing about Ant-Man 3. So I'd be kind of sad to see him leave the role or get recast, But hopefully,
if Disney Marvel Studios thought any of that shit was tangible or real, he'd already be gone.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yep. Which they haven't made the decision yet, so that's good. So we'll see.
Hey, let's get the hell out of here. No plugs for once. We had a long show. We did 3.5 hours, right? Notice, Kendra, isn't it funny how I keep escalating Andres on his live stream hours? Like, I got him up to 3. Now I got him to 3.5. You know what I mean? I'm sneaking this shit in.
I know we went 3 hours. We got a lot to say. This is the series finale, so it's gonna be a lot. So
That's right. That's right.
Be some wordy bitches.
There's a lot to talk about. Hey, I forgot we were even like making content there a long time. I just remembered that this is actually on YouTube and everything and whatnot. And I'm a content. No, I remembered. I'm a content creator. No, seriously. I thought I was hanging out with my friends there for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what it felt like.
That's what every show feels like for me.
But I can't get Andres to say hello, so.
How about tomorrow? I'll say hello.
That's true, Andres. You know what? You could just say you never do just say hello in the studio or anything like that. Whatnot.
You can just say hi.
I say hi. I say hello. How you guys doing? All that. Maybe.
Yes,
I don't know.
It's okay to say hello in the real world.
Yeah, I do, but I'm too busy. I'm too busy.
All right, well then I will say hello. But if I don't get a hello back, I will be very upset with you next recording.
I know.
All right, fine.
Am I gonna have to call and pretend I'm you on the phone? And like somehow pull off. I don't do good with trying to what do you call it? Try to do other people's imitations and shit, whatnot. I'm not good. So like,
right.
I don't know how well I'll do with all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'll be authentically believable.
So Kendra, just message me either. Yep, Facebook. Facebook is probably that's where you can contact. I'll probably say hello, and then I say what's up, how you doing? Sorry for Back to the Future this Friday. And, there'll be another podcast of us just talking.
Hey, that's right, folks. I mean, you know what? Hey, Back to the Future on Friday, baby. Right? There's always something positive to look forward to at the end of the day. Gotta love it. I've watched it.
Friday. Yay.
No way. It's gonna be awesome. I haven't seen that movie in so long. I'm telling you, Kendra, there's nothing like it. Andres, what do you think, man? I mean, you watch movies more than I do. Cyber's like a marathon. He just watches movies constantly. But like you know how I'm in the reviews. I haven't seen these movies most times since like the 90s.
I've seen all the Back to the Future films like so many times. They're iconic, just like Star Wars and Indiana Jones and all that. It's one of the best time travel movies, and the first one is really good. I'm very excited to talk about that movie. So,
the thing is, I don't know if I don't think I've ever told either one of you guys this, but like, just because it's so late in the live stream, I'll reveal this personally. With my ADHD and ADD, I never really watched movies and TV after my teenage years. It wasn't just after what happened to me. After I got married, like met my ex-wife at 19, and we had a kid, everything, whatnot, and everything, I stopped watching TV. I stopped watching movies. I just worked and raised my kids. And I was a voracious reader. That's why I used to be literally a voracious reader. I read constantly. I didn't watch. I didn't watch movies. I didn't go to the movies, right? I didn't go anywhere. I worked. I raised my kids. I read. That's what I did. That was my life. So, yep. I didn't watch YouTube. I didn't, nothing. So, I mean, the only TV I would ever watch would be like the TV shows that my wife would pull up. Like King of Queens. She liked. So we would watch that, right? Friends was still on then. So I watched that with her. Besides that, there was like, just the occasional, like, remember reality TV was popular in the early 2000s and whatnot. So I like some of that shit. Hoarders. God love me some Hoarders, baby. Kendra, I know you get down with my 600-pound life.
No.
No. Oh, man, I stopped watching it years ago. I don't even know if it's still on or not, whatever. But no, so, I mean, that's been a thing for me for a long time. So that's why, honestly, when we review the films and whatnot, I always have never watched them, literally, since I was 13, 14 years old. Utterly. It's that simple. And it's intense. It's kind of weird. But anyways, folks, I'm sorry. I feel like we're having an awkward moment right now, like, during a show, which is weird. Oh, Travis, you're still here, brother? I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. I just tested, like, Kingdom the Crystal has good moments. And I like the idea what you say here. Yeah, camera rotating for respect.
Okay.
Yeah, like that. If they, it could have worked. I think if they didn't reveal that Fury's wife was a scroll, I think that could have been more impact. Like a very impactful like scene where it's like, oh, she's a scroll, and
Well, Travis, you got to remember the whole her question to him multiple times. She asked him twice, right? So I think two or three times.
Two.
Yeah. And you can't blame her. What else would you want to ask in that situation, right? If you're her, would you still love me, right? If I was myself, you know what I'm saying? It's a deep trope. It really is, because it happens in real life in relationships on a regular basis. I mean, honestly, think about divorce rates, where they're at and whatnot. There's people I know right now that are married that don't even know who the other person really is, unfortunately, right? It's sad, but it's true. Metallica, baby, gotta love it. But anyways, no, at the end of the day, though, yes, Metallica. Sad but true. Come on now. Anyways, but no, Andre, you wouldn't know anything about that, but that's okay. Andre's Metallica's too hardcore for him. No, but seriously though, like to finish the arc of the story, at least this part they nailed.
Yes.
He had to be revealed fully as a Skrull, and you had to take her in as the Skrull, and actually there had to be extended time to go on for him to look right at her and see her in that form and then kiss her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that they did a really good job at it. That was the one scene. I mean, like I said, that was the one storyline that I had no issue with. It was a good storyline. I wouldn't change a single thing about that storyline.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
No, and I'm telling you, watch in like a week or 2 or 3 weeks or whatever and whatnot, Kendra, you're gonna be telling me or whatever that, like, looking back, that shit was like really powerful and everything to you or whatever or something, and like it. Now
I just told you that I agreed with you.
No, but I know, but the thing is, over time, I've covered so many of these series at this point, and I know you personally. I know Andres. I don't know about Andres. He's such a stone cold motherfucker and everything and whatnot and all that. And I'm just joking. I'm messing with you, Andres. No, I think
tip of the hat.
We're all gonna look back at the series, even you, Andres, and we're gonna find things in it that we liked more than we realized.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I know all of us could name moments that have stuck with us up to now just by watching them. But
it's easier to fall down that rabbit hole when you do these shows and whatnot. Once one person sets off that tone of like, with the episode, right? It's very easy to head down that direction. You know what I mean? Whatnot, right? The best moderator in the world can't somehow turn around the panel and make everything fucking okay USA 24/7. You feel me? But at the end of the day, though, I'm telling you, like, I'm sorry, but you look back and me and Andres are going to experience this in real life if we're able to do it and whatnot. If we can get past Secret Invasion, we're going to try to do some re-reviews of like WandaVision and Top Room with the Soldier and whatnot. Try to get Andres to help me with them and whatnot. But if I have to rock them out solo, I will. And we're just going to jam them out short-term tour version or whatever, whatnot. Do 2 or 3 episodes of the show, right? Some short reviews. I haven't watched any of that shit again. I saw WandaVision once. I saw Loki once. Falcon Winter Soldier once. I can't wait. I'm excited to see what I'm going to think about these episodes again. It'll be very interesting. It really will. Right? And for me as a fan, I think it's going to help me reinvest myself back into the MCU.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and I don't need it, but it'll help.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Andres?
Maybe. Just watch the better stuff. Yeah. Or just watch the other, other content that's maybe better than Secret Invasion.
Every scene where characters tell a story from their past, unrelated to the MCU, is my favorite scene.
Yeah.
Storyline moments when his wife says that Fury loving having the sunlight with him in okay.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, John brought up this earlier in the podcast that the flashbacks were really good. It helped give you the contents of the relationship, and I could have been fine if Secret Invasion was a prequel. Maybe the Secret Invasion happened back in the day. That could have been awesome that like there was an invasion prior to the Avengers, you know, that they didn't know. So like I don't know, like there's so many things they could have done, but they just missed a lot of opportunities and they didn't extend the ideas or the character development that I think certain characters needed, particularly Gaia. You know, like we haven't talked about too much. Like I feel like Gaia was underutilized this whole series. You know, like what was her purpose besides being this new character they introduced? You know, it could have like because like she was the one that killed Kara.
And then you confuse the comic book people and whatnot too because she's supposed to be Abigail Brand.
Yeah, I mean, well, she's basically a new character they made up. So like,
but they told her I'm telling you, if you go to the Wikipedia and whatnot before Secret Invasion came out, they had her listed as Abigail Brand from Marvel Comics. And so she was. The mutant, right? That was never an X-Men, but that's what they had. I mean, again, Andres, you know that they've done this before. This isn't the first time, right? Where we thought somebody was going to be somebody else. This character was going to be this or that or whatever, right?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, I mean, it happens a lot in MCU. Like a lot of people thought that the guy from Ant-Man 3 was supposed to be a ancestor for Reed Richards for the Fantastic Four, Jackson Harper, whatever his name was from The Good Place, and that didn't happen. He played such a loosest MCU role I ever seen, just a telepath for comedic purposes. I'm like, okay.
Well, Kendra, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're okay. I mean, I agree with Andre. I think that Gaia could have been expanded upon quite easily, honestly, in ways that would have enhanced the story. Not only, like scenes between her and Betos, which technically she's the one who brought him in, which would have added more depth to his character. You could have seen more scenes with her interacting with the other rebel, the other Skrulls that were there. You could have given us a much deeper connection with those people, because we clearly see that there's men, women, and children. And when Betos died, he dies right in front of all of them. So, I mean, we could have gotten much more connectivity with them. And that could have been easy ways to deepen her character, not only looking at it from that aspect, but also looking at it, we could have gotten moments of her coming to terms with her mom dying and getting hit with that blow from her dad, her dad dying, and us getting more than just this somber, like already to that 7th stage of grief funeral. I mean, these were easy moments where there could have been character depth, and almost any character that you pick in the show could have had that interwoven connectivity with someone else, and it could have enhanced it easily.
Yeah, I agree. It was just so like I knew we were in trouble when they kill off the wife. I was like, oh my god, why you did that? And then they kill off Ray Hill, and it was like, what are you doing? It's like it was very sloppy. Like this whole series was very sloppy with their storytelling and the way they handled their characters here. And it didn't. It's like, what matters? Because we don't know what's gonna happen. I know the MCU. Every time they Phase 4, they resolve the Sokovia Accords in She-Hulk. Now that's appeal. So this is gonna be just another long line of the MCU wasting these storylines. These storylines that they set up to absolutely nothing. So it's just so frustrating. It's like,
right. I mean, you could have had it easily have been where Mariah Hill's character could have been Elektra and her role, so that way, we're not losing Mariah. And an easy way to have fixed that death, the death, would have been when they free everybody at the end, she's there.
Yeah.
So that way we're not losing a character, which, I mean, I guess that could still technically happen. But with the series being ended, I mean, I really don't hold out hope for anything else to come to just click off the rest of the doors and give us a little bit more closure.
Yeah. Or it could have been better this way, just to maybe kill off Marie Hill towards the end of the series. That's how you usually do it. And then, that's how you usually do your storytelling. It's like you want to save your character towards the end to do something sacrifice, you know. Like it could add more value to the conversation that, you know, to the mom saying that she fought everything for you. She believed in you and the cause, you know, and they, you know, and then have that, you know, Maria Hill be back to the dead and then die for real, you know, made it
Right.
more impact, you know. But
right.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that had played out that way, because it would have been brilliant. But if it had played out that way, if the mom scene would have still held as much import for me or still haunted me like it did, because it really was a powerful scene. Like I wasn't just giving my award away, you know, frivolously. I really did appreciate how they wrote her mom's character, because for her to not only look at them and be like, you know, she died and you guys can't even tell me where, don't lie to me. That was really, really well done. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people can find relatability with that. To, you know, what happened. I mean, I can't even imagine. And that is something that I will say that the show does have. It does have relatable moments.
Well, and that was storytelling, writing, and timing, right? It was the timing in the episode and whatnot, right? It was where that was sandwiched along in the episode and whatnot, right? That's
Right.
how, you know what I'm saying? It flowed, right? It's moments like that are always can be magnified heavily, depending on what the context is and what you're working with around it. If everything else is shit, right, it's going to take some of the shine off of that shit, off that performance. You know what I'm saying? So again, bouncing off of the whole, you know, concept of this series being so good at first, right? Then us hitting episode 5 and it being kind of like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, like why now?
Right.
I mean, like, you know, like I thought we passed this and this wasn't going to happen to us. And that's the thing. I don't feel that way. I don't. I don't know if you do, Andres. I don't feel betrayed or some shit about this or whatever, whatnot. It's a fucking TV show.
Yeah, I think we really were portrayed, just in a different way. Just psychologically, TV viewer wise, I was portrayed. Well, portrayed for different reasons. Like, what was it? Like I was portrayed by the other Disney Plus shows, but not in a very insulting way, like this show has done. You know, with not only killing the characters, but like also doing the mistakes yet again that your previous shows had done. You know, and that ticked me off. Like I knew we were in trouble before that the fact they repeated again, killing off a major character. You know, just fast paced action, and then, you know, not answering questions that we should be answering. You know, and then of course, you know, with the other episodes, you know, we got the big exposition episode to explain this, what the villain is. You know, it was like, oh my god, like that's why we hated episode 5 so badly. It was like, oh my god, why you? Like, I knew it was either 4 or 5 they fell apart. It was like 5 was like.
Yeah, but wait a minute. There was a time. I remember when MCU fans didn't want anybody to die. Remember? Nobody wanted deaths. Nobody wanted to see their fucking worship. Right? You know, remember Tony, remember Team Tony and Team Cap? Remember, you know, that was huge years ago on TikTok and shit. People be fighting and everything over it. Right?
Yeah, because we liked that. And the death was reasonable. I think Tony's death was like made sense to his arc. That's the thing. It didn't make sense to kill Mary Hill or Talos because, like, as our previous members of the group has said before, there was more stories to tell with those two characters. And then it seemed like Marvel, like, I think just throw their hands like, we didn't know what to do with these characters. We're killing them off. And it's like, it was just like a very selfish thing to do.
If this was supposed to be what it was supposedly supposed to be, if this was supposed to be a vehicle for, again, you know, Feige is loose. It does not. It's not very open about with the media about anything when it comes to what you're going to get with stuff. Right, the best you get from him is like, it's going to be great. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. You know, like because of that and this and whatnot. But none of it's even fucking like, you know, real, like anything factual that helps you know anything about it. You're like, but it sounds good. but he makes you feel good still about it. You're like still confident. You're like, oh, okay, USA, Kevin, let's do it. But no, like, I mean, and look, I mean, have you lost confidence in Kevin Feige, Kendra? Like, have you lost confidence that they're capable of actually surprising us?
No, because the moment I say yes, something bullshit is gonna happen.
Because I haven't. Andres, have you lost it? I mean, do you honestly think that Kevin Feige doesn't have some shit up his sleeve?
I mean, I don't know. I think I feel bad for Kevin Feige. Like, he has to deal with so many drama. Like remember, he lost Victoria Alonso, the president, whatever her position was. That was handling the field.
She lost herself. He trusted her, and he elevated her, and she reaped what she sowed.
Yes, but he allowed that. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, he did. Oh, he did. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like right now, Kevin's in a difficult position right now. What's been going behind the scenes, as we heard from last year to this year, but then with the leaks and stuff with the writer/actor strike, it's putting too much for Kevin here. So I think Marvel was heading in the right direction. They are losing up some projects, and they changed some of them to movies, which is good.
He deserves to be criticized without question. I'm not saying that at all. He certainly deserves to be criticized.
Yeah. I'm not losing faith with Kevin Feige. I think that it's just this moment for MCU has been, they're having their ups and downs now. So it's a normal thing.
I've always believed that Kevin Feige is the type that likes to be challenged. Right?
Yes. And that's the other thing. Look, we got Guardians Volume 3. That was a great film. Like, I still have faith in the MCU. It's just, it's one project you will like, and then the one project you don't like. It's not a big deal. It's like, look at the X-Men films. like you got Logan, and then you got X-Men Origins Wolverine, and so like Marvel Studios have that too. It's just they don't have that as much as like some of the other studios have.
I'm telling you, if I went on YouTube right now and screen shared and pulled up some of the other creators I've seen talk about this series and their content, right, just briefly and whatnot, that popped up my feed for whatever reason, and the shit they've said about this, some of how bad this series is from jump. Like, each episode is horrible, just laughing at this shit. Like, this is comical, right? Like, I'm telling you right now, like, if you guys watch that shit, you'd be like, what is this fucking guy in crack? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, but like, this shit is not that bad. The way some people talk about this stuff, they're like laughing. Like, what is there laughing?
Like, it's not as bad as the second half of Phase 4, but I can understand why, because I don't know, like
does every fucking episode of every Disney Plus Marvel TV series have to be like The Godfather?
Well, no, but yes, but sometimes people care about consistency, consistent quality. Like, look at John Wick. Like, those are the best action films of this century, and like people respect that, and that then you earn their trust. That's the thing. Like, Marvel is losing the trust of the consumers, because of what happened with Phase 4, and then they didn't have a great start for Phase 5 really.
If you're gonna have shit go to a level of fucking Endgame, man, right? Yeah. At that point, you've got to be prepared that you better fucking come hard, right? And keep your game tight, because now you're really under scrutiny, right? Yeah. Like, seriously, now you've given your fans and your consumers something that they're fucking has blown the fuck away, right? Has personally touched their lives. You know what I'm saying? Affected relationships. You know what I mean? Utterly. Yeah. Seriously. I mean, it's fucking deep, man. And I don't know. I just, hey, again, another conversation for another show, Kendra, Andres. But again, so many mothers. You guys have seen the reaction videos on YouTube. Fathers and mothers that only connect to their kids by seeing MCU films, by watching Marvel, right? Or whatever. Not only, but like that's one of the ways they're able to connect with their kids. It is for me, right? You know?
Yeah.
So I don't want to see this shit not work. I can't afford it. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I got emotional one time and said that shit one time on a show. I was like, you know what? Fuck that shit. Right? I refuse to let this shit not work. It can't. It can't just die or like not work. It has to continue.
Yeah, and look, Marvel's gonna get back to their feet, soon. Not right away. And look, we have other MCU projects that are coming up. We got Loki season 2. We got the Marvels. Like, we'll see how Marvels is. Is it gonna be better than the first Captain Marvel? Maybe, maybe not. We just need to see it. And then we got Echo. Like, we don't know what's going on with Echo. We need to judge it by ourselves. Dropping all the episodes are like very Netflix.
You said that I had to drop my lighter. I lost all function in my fucking in my hand or not. Everything got I'm like shocked.
Yeah, well, because Echo triggers you. Because it's going to be the worst show, maybe, as you've been saying. But anyway.
No, Echo only triggers me when whenever scene she's in, she ends with a dirty look.
True. Hey, you don't know Echo is going to be great. Like, you don't know if they're doing that to drop it because they think it's great or bad. Like, we don't know that. So maybe because Disney wants to try something new. They might want to copy, the other streaming service. Like, look, like dropping all episodes do work. It's depending on the show. Like Wednesday is a good example of that. I think it's a Netflix show and people like Wednesday, TV show. Sorry, lost my voice there. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, or Echo is back to me. So
all I can tell you is this: I was guesting on the show one time on the Podcast of Champions or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And it was my turn on the panel, right, or as a guest to like talk about a scene from from Hawkeye. It was a scene where Echo's father dies, and he reaches up and like touches her face and like with water or whatever, whatnot, and everything. And I was like, well, I think the scene would have been better if when Echo's father died, right, and like she was cradling him, he would have reached out and grabbed her titty. You know what I'm saying? Or whatnot, and been like, I need one last titty before I die. I'm sorry, but that show is fucking hilarious.
That was an emotional scene. That's like the best scene in episode 4 of Hawkeye or episode 3, and you make it the worst thing now. I think we need to end this podcast now. It's already over 3 hours.
That shit was funny as well. Folks, I apologize. I'm sorry. It's the it's the atmosphere, the effect of the trio, the team, the squad here getting to me emotionally.
No,
I will not take any of the blame for that, Andre.
No, it's Echo. It's taking his anxiety away, or his mind away. I don't know what. I've lost the word, so I'm trying.
All right, folks. Listen, we're out of here. We love all of you. MCU, we love you. MCU fandom, we love you. Marvel Studios, come on, get after it. Keep it going. Keep rolling. All right, you're doing good. We're liking it. You're giving us something that we're starting to feel a little bit better about shit. At least I am, and hopefully Andre's not. Kendra are. Keep it up. Keep chugging. Right? And hey, folks, seriously, on a serious note, Back to the Future on Friday, baby. Let's do it. Right? Redo of part 1 of Andor season 1 recap. Cal will be there for the first time on the Bleeding Edge on the panel. I'll remind you, Kendra, when you're at work, maybe you can pop in real quick and say hello. Did you watch Andor?
I did not.
You got to watch it sometime.
Oh, I will before Ahsoka starts.
It's good. Yeah, it's really good. And look, folks, Monday, right? Andres and I'm not even sure what we're going to do yet on the MCU Bleeding Edge report. We haven't decided, right? We got options.
No, we
we're doing Oppenheimer, aren't we?
Yeah, we're doing Oppenheimer review, and we're going to discuss the something.
Was it that episode 7 of Dead City?
Yes, yeah, we're going to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, where they actually it's just basically what it was. I think it's just bonus material with the directors and shit like that and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna release it this Sunday, right? Like they're gonna.
I think it already came out.
Okay. Hopefully it's in DVR. If not, like I need to text you to maybe send me a link.
I'll hook you up. I got you.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm going to see Oppenheimer today actually with my son. So that'll be fun.
Enjoy.
You're gonna enjoy it. It's really great. It's one of the best Nolan films since Dissection, in my opinion.
I know I'm gonna enjoy it. I hope my son enjoys it.
Yeah. Fair warning. This one, I don't know how old is your son, but there's a couple sex scenes.
He's 13. He's my son. Come on. You think he can handle it? Believe me.
No. I just want to make sure. Just letting you know that, and then funny moments too.
What kind of Andre? You know that I'm always me. Can you imagine what I'm like as a father?
I don't want to know because I respect you.
I'm a good father, but I'm just saying my kids. My kids know who I am and like what I'm about and whatnot, right?
Wait. How old is your son?
Trevor's 13.
13. Yeah. I mean, by that time the kid.
He's been on the show before. So is Isabella, my daughter's been on the show before.
I haven't met them, so
you will eventually. They'll be back on again and whatnot and everything. Isabella's going to come out at some point. We went and saw Fall Out Boy last night.
Mm.
It was rocking. Good concert, man. Good show.
They're a good band. I like them.
Yeah. In fact, we might have a new female guest coming on here soon and whatnot that I met at the show. What a surprise. She's dope. Yeah, she had purple streaks in her hair, which I thought was dope. This is my favorite color, and the conversation flowed from there.
Wow. That's a great way.
That's right. And I didn't try to bang her. You believe it?
No.
I didn't, I swear.
Okay. All right.
Goodbye, folks. See you later.